Good morning. Hi there. We're waiting for the. Oh, we will start in 2 minutes. So if colleagues can kindly be seated, we'll have the keynote speech from the Vice Minister of Forestry of Indonesia soon as well. So we will start in about 2 minutes. Um, oh, really? Okay. Sure. All right. Great. Thank you. Get your So, I think we are going to get started soon because I will start with some scene setting presentation before we hear the keynote speech. Well, I know a few other people and colleagues are trickling in. So, those who are still standing, you can kindly be seated. Well, also please try to get your colleagues to come join soon. So let me officially start by welcoming everyone to ensure that we are on time. So welcome to the IUCN Pavilion from we are going to have this event on from regional partnerships to local impact, advancing land degradation neutrality in Asia. So this side event showcases the various projects, commitments that is made at the national level, global level, and also what has been done at the field level or site level. So today, our discussion will focus on South Asia and Southeast Asia. So of course, across the region, we encounter a wide spectrum of interconnected ecological challenges from the vulnerable dryland watersheds and arid ecosystems of South Asia to the threatened primary forests, degraded agroforestry landscapes, and unique savannas of Southeast Asia. So we know that ambitious national and global commitments have been set under the Rio Conventions, but the fundamental challenges remain. How do we bridge high level policy frameworks with localized, scalable, and self sustaining field practices? How do we ensure that regional collaboration translates directly into tangible benefits for local ecosystems and the communities who steward them? So, this is the core purpose of our gathering today. So, before we begin, I would like to also extend a very warm and distinguished welcome to His Excellency Rohmat Marzuki, Vice Minister of Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, who will give a keynote speaker, who will serve as keynote speaker later. I would also mention, how we are going to do this 75-minute session. So first, I will briefly share about what IUCN, especially IUCN Asia's regional office, does in terms of our technical portfolio, scientific toolkits, regional partnerships, platforms supporting land degradation neutrality, and forest landscape restoration. And then later on, we will hear from His Excellency Mr. Rohmat Marzuki, highlighting Indonesia's leadership and regional partnerships on translating ambition into action. And then we will have a panel discussion convening Ibu Diah Murtiningsih, who's the UNCCD national focal point for Indonesia, and then Mr. Raimundo Mau, the UNCCD national focal point of Timor-Leste, and then we have Mr. Ahmad, Imtiaz Jami, who's the president of Obstetric Foundation in Bangladesh, and we have Ms. Fauzia Malik Bilkis, country representative of IUCN Pakistan. I also want to share with you that this event is being live streamed. So there are some people joining online as well through IUCN YouTube website. So before we go to the keynote speech, I'm just going to set the foundation for our panel. So let us look how IUCN works across Asia to operationalize LDN, land degradation neutrality, and nature-based solutions. So IUCN's journey in landscape restoration is deeply rooted in Bonn Challenge. It is the global effort that surpassed its target in bringing 150 million hectares under restoration by 2020 and is now working toward 350 million hectares by 2030 in close alignment with the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. Of course, in Asia and the Pacific, many countries, Bangladesh, India, Mongolia, Pakistan, they have stepped forward with significant national pledges. In fact, back then, in 2016, we had a key milestone for Bonn Challenge, in which Indonesia hosted the first Asia Bonn Challenge high-level roundtable in Palembang, which demonstrated that regional political will is indispensable for driving landscape scale recovery. So of course, IUCN, we know that from IUCN side, we know that commitments alone are not enough because countries require rigorous science-based tools to plan, implement, and track their progress. This is why, for example, from IUCN side, we have ROAM and Restoration Barometer. ROAM stands for Restoration Opportunities Assessment Methodology. It is co-developed by IUCN and WRI. ROAM provides an inclusive, adaptable framework to identify where restoration is socially, ecologically, and economically feasible. It can help decision makers map spatial opportunities, evaluate cost-benefit ratios, assess carbon potential, and identify policy incentives. We also have the Restoration Barometer. To ensure accountability, it tracks restoration progress across these 8 comprehensive indicators. Beyond those, we also have these other relevant tools and knowledge products. So for example, when we talk about rangelands and grasslands, IUCN together with FAO published participatory rangeland and grasslands assessments, or PRAGA. We also have the red list of ecosystems. So IUCN use all these tools in many of our projects. And of course, many of our partners also utilize those tools. So for example, just to give you some example, in South Asia, in Pakistan, IUCN delivers independent third-party monitoring, biodiversity assessments, GIS verification for large-scale afforestation and restoration initiatives. In India, we are scaling FLR across 12 model sites across 4 states of India. In Southeast Asia, for example, we work through a JEF8 project called Lentera, in which we are institutionalizing national ecosystem risk assessments to protect vulnerable ecosystems, including the Sumba savannas. In Timor-Leste, the AFCLIM project is developing market-driven agroforestry systems to enhance climate resilience and soil stability. And regionally, through the JEF8 Southeast Asia and the Pacific Forest Integrated Program, we are also working to strengthen governance to protect remaining primary forests across Southeast Asia and the Pacific. Of course, no single organization can achieve LDN alone, and this is why we have these discussions. We have government representatives, NGOs, and also private sector. IUCN also works through various partnerships, including Landscape Partnership Asia and Result Asia Pacific, of which countries being present here like Indonesia, Pakistan, Timor-Leste, and Bangladesh are also a part of. Moving forward from IUCN side, we champion a whole of society approach anchored on these 3 pillars: inclusive stewardship, private sector integration, and innovative financing. So with that, with this presentation as my as I'm sharing the foundation of what we are going to discuss about, it is time for us to go to the highly anticipated session, which is a keynote address that will be delivered by His Excellency, Mr. Rohmat Marzuki, Vice Minister of Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Rohmat Marzuki will share how national ambition of Indonesia, the high-level national ambition that Indonesia has, translates into tangible action on the ground and also regional leadership. Please welcome His Excellency Rohmat Marzuki.
Check. Distinguished Dr. Gretel Aguilar, Director General of IUCN, Dr. Satrio Adi Wicaksono, Regional Coordinator for Forest and Drylands, and my colleagues from the Ministry of Forestry of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to speak today on a fundamental issue to our shared future, land degradation neutrality, or LDN. For Indonesia, land is not merely a resource. Land is the foundation of our forests, food systems, water security, biodiversity, and the livelihoods of millions of people. Today, land degradation is no longer an isolated environmental challenge. It is closely connected with climate change, biodiversity loss, food security, water scarcity, and community resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is an archipelagic country with highly diverse landscapes such as tropical forests, peatlands, mangroves, agricultural areas, drylands, and coastal ecosystems. Each landscape has different ecological conditions, economic activities, and social realities. Therefore, our LND strategy must be landscape-based, using a watershed approach as the most effective framework for planning and implementing. Translating national targets into measurable local actions is conducted by strengthening stakeholder capacity to assess, prioritize, and monitor land restoration. We must integrate LDN into formal spatial and development planning, ensuring our efforts extend far beyond simple tree planting to achieve comprehensive ecosystem recovery. However, national ambition alone is not enough. The real test is how to realize our commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, forest and land rehabilitation should restore soil health, water regulation, biodiversity, carbon storage, ecosystem connectivity, livelihoods, and local community resilience. Healthy forests and landscapes are essential for maintaining water availability, reducing faults and drought risks, protecting soil, and ensuring community welfare. Therefore, Indonesia is promoting an integrated approach in which forest and land rehabilitation, watershed management, climate action, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable livelihoods are implemented as interconnected priorities in our national development. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia also recognizes that government cannot achieve LDN alone. We need partnership with local communities, farmers, private sectors, scientists, financial institutions, civil society, and international partners. Indonesia has set an ambitious national direction for restoring degraded land and strengthening sustainable land management. As of 2025, Indonesia has rehabilitated 2.3 million hectares of degraded land. In total, we target to restore approximately 12.3 million hectares of degraded terrestrial, peatland, and mangrove ecosystem, with 54% located within state forest areas and 46% in non-forest areas. Our experience demonstrates that restoration is more sustainable when communities are not merely beneficiaries, but active partners of the process. This is why Indonesia continues to promote social forestry, customary forests, community-based rehabilitation, agroforestry, and other nature-based solutions that generate ecological, economic, and social benefit. In strengthening community-based forest management, Indonesia has allocated 8.3 million hectares under social forestry schemes, benefiting more than 1.4 million households. Under customary forest schemes, 368,000 hectares have been legalized with the target of 1.4 million hectares. Ladies and gentlemen, forest and land restoration should not be seen only as a cost. It is an investment in a green economy. However, government budget alone will never be enough to fund this massive agenda. Therefore, we must develop innovative financing that blends public funds, international philanthropy, and private contribution. Through Presidential Decree number 110 of 2035 on carbon economic value and Minister of Forestry Regulation number 6 of 2026 on forest carbon trade, we officially established a high integrity forest carbon market. This framework is designed to be fully inclusive, so local communities and the private sector can participate. Our practical experience with RED Plus result-based payment prove a vital point that measurable and verifiable environment result successfully attract global finance for our future. We have also established a task force on innovative financing for national parks under Presidential Decree number 8 of 2026 to develop practical and sustainable financing solutions to protected areas. This innovative financing will also be used to rehabilitate 1.2 million hectares of degraded land in protected area in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, in alignment with the previous discussion and to ensure effective LDN implementation, under the leadership of President Prabowo Subianto, Indonesia has launched several strategic programs to restore degraded lands, particularly 1, integrated watershed management of the national development and spatial planning. 2, tree planting programs in both forest area and private lands to conserve spring water, including ASRI program, a national revegetation movement through free seedling distribution launched by our president. As your information, Indonesia currently operates 59 permanent nurseries, maintaining a collective annual production capacity of 50 million seedlings. 3, sustainable land management, especially at site level, including institutional capacity development. 4, management of reservoir, lake, wetland, and riverbank areas through greenbelt development and peatland rewetting to control forest fire. 5, development of innovative financing for forest and land rehabilitation and ecosystem restoration in protected area. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia believes that cooperation among countries will provide significant impact to achieve LDN. The challenges of land degradation do not stop at national borders. All countries face common challenges: drought, forest degradation, land use change, declining soil productivity, and increasing pressure on natural resources. Therefore, we need to share knowledge, technologies, financing mechanism, monitoring system, and successful approaches. Ladies and gentlemen, achieving LDN is not only about preventing further degradation. It's about building landscape that are productive, resilient, biodiverse, and support future generation. Indonesia is fully committed to translating high-level national targets into impactful, localized action across all communities and landscapes, and we stand ready to strengthen cooperation with countries and international partners to accelerate LDN implementation. Let us turn LDN from a global commitment into local action and measurable impact. And let us restore our land for generation to come. I thank you.
Thank you so much, His Excellency Vice Minister of Forestry, Mr. Rohmat Marzuki, for the insightful remarks highlighting Indonesia's ambitions and also how Indonesia becomes a leader, not just nationally or regionally, but also globally. So Mr. Rohmat Marzuki will need to fly to Indonesia right after this, so he will head straight to the airport. But we will continue our event with very exciting panel discussion. So with this, I would like to invite four distinguished panelists. The first one I would like to invite to join me on the stage, Ms. Diah Murtiningsih, Director General of Watershed Management and Forest Rehabilitation, Ministry of Forestry and UNCCD National Focal Point for Indonesia. And then we also have Mr. Raimundo Mau, UNCCD National Focal Point for Timor-Leste, Mr. Ahmed Imtiaz Jami, President of the Obizatrik Foundation from Bangladesh, and my colleague, Ms. Fauzia Malik Bilkis, Country Representative of IUCN Pakistan. Let's give them a big round of applause. So I have a few sets of questions that I will ask each panelist. Perhaps then you can combine the questions, answering some of the questions together. So, and I know one of the panelists will also utilize a PowerPoint presentation. So first, let's start with Indonesia. We've heard from the Vice Minister the broad policy frameworks that Indonesia has, but maybe it is time for us to hear a bit more, sort of like in details, what the Indonesian government is doing. So, Ibu Diah, we know that Indonesia manages immense and a variety of biomes as well, from dense tropical primary forests and peatlands to seasonal drylands and savannas. What are the challenges that you are facing in Indonesia in halting land degradation, and what are the key success factors? What are the main principles to ensure that LDN is being translated into actions on the ground? I know that you'd like to use the PowerPoint presentation, and perhaps if we can have it up, and we'll hear from Ibu Diah. And you're also welcome to use the podium as well if you want to.
Thank you, Mr. Satrio. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure and honor to me to join you today in this IUCN set event in Ulaanbaatar. On behalf of the Ministry of Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, I would like to express our appreciation to IUCN and all partners for providing this important forum to share Indonesia's experience and strategy in forest, land, and watershed rehabilitation. For Indonesia, restoration is not simply about planting trees. It is about restoring landscapes, strengthening ecosystem resilience, and improving the livelihoods of communities. Let me begin with the current condition and the strategic direction of Indonesia forest and land management. Indonesia has made significant progress in reducing degraded land from approximately 14 million hectares in 2018 to 12.3 million hectares in 2024. However, the challenge remains substantial. Indonesia continues to face floods, landslides, drought, and other hydrometeorological disasters whose frequency and impacts are increasing. This is why Indonesia places the watershed as an important unit of landscape management to maintain its functions through forest and land rehabilitation while strengthening forest protection and ecosystem resilience. Our priorities are clear: restoring priority watersheds, strengthening forest and land rehabilitation, protecting remain forests, improving data, multi-stakeholder collaboration and sustainable financing. Based on these conditions, Indonesia approach to achieve land degradation neutrality is built around several interconnected strategies. First, effective restoration is not just technical program. It requires a strong policy and governance foundation. Second, restoration must be landscape-based approach that connecting upstream and downstream programs. Third, implementation must involve multiple stakeholders from national and local governments to communities, academic, civil society, and development partners. Fourth, our intervention increasingly rely on science, spatial information, and monitoring technologies. And finally, communities must be placed at the center of restoration. Indonesia has established comprehensive policy and regulatory framework supporting forestry, environmental protection, watershed management, and national development planning. Furthermore, with the leadership of President Prabowo Subianto, we are not only have strong commitment to rehabilitate 12.3 million hectares of degraded land, but also provide framework to strengthen carbon economic value and forest carbon trade. Moreover, Indonesia launched national restoration movement through free seedling distribution. This brings me to one of the central messages of Indonesia's approach. We manage restoration through the watershed perspective. Watersheds connects forests, agriculture land, settlements, rivers, and communities into one ecological system. Therefore, our interventions combine prevention, preparedness, and recovery. Prevention includes forest and land rehabilitation, watershed conservation, water harvesting, and erosion control. Preparedness includes early warning systems, climate information services, and drought monitoring. Recovery involves ecosystem restoration, landscape rehabilitation, and community livelihood support. This is particularly relevant in the context of UNCCD because land degradation, drought, water security, and community resilience cannot be addressed separately. Our third key strategy is cooperation and collaboration. Indonesia has learned that restoration cannot be delivered by government alone. It requires cooperating among ministries, local governments, communities, universities, private sector, civil society organizations, and international partners. This is why collaboration is not an additional component of restoration. Collaboration is a prerequisite for successful restoration. The fourth principle is science-based planning and monitoring. Restoration must be based on reliable information. We need to know where to intervene, with intervention is appropriate, and whether the intervention is actually working. Indonesia therefore uses the watershed information system as an important planning platform. Raw spatial information is systemically integrated into a central information system. This includes information on critical land, erosion-prone areas, watershed characteristics, and other spatial indicators. The information is then translated into different levels of planning, from macro strategies to targeted rehabilitation blueprints and annual implementation plans. This allows us to move toward a more targeted, transparent, and evidence-based approach to restoration. Technology, therefore, is not the object itself. It is a tool for making better restoration decisions. However, even the best technology and policies will not deliver sustainable restoration without communities. This brings me to our fifth principle, community participation. Local community are not simply beneficiary of restoration. They are partners and stewards of the landscape. Through social forestry, agroforestry, community first prevention, and other community-based programs, we seek to align ecological restoration with local livelihoods. This is particularly important because restoration must remain sustainable long after a government project or intervention was ended. When communities receive tangible economic and social benefits from restored landscapes, they have stronger and incentives to protect those landscapes. Our approach is therefore to combine ecological recovery with community empowerment that creates resilience from the ground up. Indonesia forest land and watershed rehabilitation efforts are closely aligned with the objective of the United Nations Convention to combat desertification. Although Indonesia is widely known as a tropical forest country, we also face land degradation, drought risk, water scarcity in particular regions, and increasing climate-related pressures. Our experience demonstrates that restoring degraded landscapes can simultaneously contribute to land degradation neutrality, climate resilience, biodiversity conservation, water security, and sustainable livelihoods. As Indonesia UNCCD National Focal Point, the Ministry of Forestry remains committed to strengthening implementation and international cooperation. We also believe that Indonesia has much to learn from other countries, particularly in addressing drought and increasing land resilience under a changing climate. This is why platforms such as COP17 and this is IUCN event are so important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ibu Dia. So you highlighted Indonesia's proven strategy to achieve LDN. So 5 pillars. We heard from her: strong policy commitment, landscape and watershed approaches, collaboration and cooperation, science-based monitoring, and community participation. And this is very similar to what we've discussed also as part of the presentation I made earlier. So now let's move next door, the neighboring country of Indonesia, Timor-Leste. We have here Mr. Raimundo Mau, who is the UNCCD national focal point from Timor-Leste. Mr. Mau, I have 2 questions to you that hopefully you can answer in one go. So we know that Timor-Leste faces significant pressures from soil erosion, steep watershed degradation, and acute dry seasons. So what are the most pressing day-to-day challenges faced by East Timorese, the smallholder farmers, especially in fragile dryland watersheds in the country? And I know that you are also involved in this project, AFCLIM, which IUCN is together with partners like AFOCO and Landscape Alliance are working to support the government of Timor-Leste. Perhaps you can share a little bit how a project like AFCLIM and other projects run by international organizations help convert high-level national LDN commitments into self-sustaining, community-driven farming practices. Pak Mau, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Satrio. Good morning, everyone, especially to my panelist mate. Very glad to be here under IUCN coordination to have today sharing. My name is Raimundo Mao, IUCN National Focal Point, UNCCD National Focal Point for Timor-Leste. Maybe if the future IUCN Focal Point in Timor-Leste as well. We just have a bilateral meeting yesterday, how to proceed Timor-Leste become a member of IUCN. As you all know that we just recently, like 25 years, focus on the national development. There are significant priorities within the country, and there is always priorities on top of the priorities, and this bring a situation to the nature conservation is placing it in the number maybe 5 or 6 in the priority national. However, the government is pay serious attention to the conservation and preservation of the natural resources. The main one is under the national constitution. There is a significant article empowering the protection of the environment and the sustainable use of natural resources. And based on this, the government back to 2017 able to produce a national forest law, forest regime. And this is a guiding principle for the line ministry, how to sustain development on the forestry sector. And then under the forest policy, we have a main objective, including restoration of the catchment areas, promoting the participation of the community, private sector, institutional strengthening, and reforestation and the restoration of soil. Those main objective has led the government, particularly the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Forestry, who is mandated to preserve the natural resource in the country, to move with the effective programs that can solve the degradation of the soil that the country is facing. Statistically, 400,000 of the of land area out of 1.3 million hectares of the terrestrial land is degraded. And that this has gave a huge task to the government and under its land degradation neutrality target to really pay attention for the coming 10 to 20 years to be able to restore at least 1/3 of this number of 400,000 of degraded land and deforested land. However, the ability of the government through its annual budget allocation, it's only able to replant at least 500 hectares, growing new trees at 500 hectares. But another challenge is the growing rate yearly is very difficult to achieve 50%. This situation has gave much more pressure to the Timor-Leste. In other side, we also call for development partners support from UNDP, from FIO, and bilateral with Indonesia and with the Korean Forest Service, and then with the other possible of partners. We focus on the short-term vision, restoring the degraded area, but in the same time also restoring the household socioeconomic, because the most driven factor in the deforestation is beside of the climatic related event, but also because of the unsustainable agricultural practices, firewood, domestical firewood collection for domestic use, and also for illegal commercial of the firewood, which is very much significant contribute to the deforestation in Timor-Leste. We believe that with our active engagement in the regional, and recently we have become fully member of 11th member of the ASEAN, and this bring us opportunity to engage more in gaining the funding opportunity, and as well as the technical assistance from our neighbor countries, from our regional team, and as well as for the entire member of the IUCN itself. And in relation to this COP, we have bring our message that we would like to call for COP itself to pay more attention on the location of the funding to the small state, including Timor-Leste, to simplify the access procedures, and not to take long time to access the fund. And some ongoing activities currently is like under ASEAN Forest Cooperation and the IUCN also mentioned by Dr. Satrio. AFCLIM is ASEAN forestry restoration related, funded by Europe Union, and this substitute another previous project on the soil restoration in country. Those kind of partnership is happening now, and some is coming, particularly with agroforestry AU support. However, we found that the most pressure is the household socioeconomic. We have to restore first the household economic in order for them to be a part of in the restoration process itself. Thank you, Pak Satrio.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mao. So you highlighted the challenges faced by Timor-Leste, about how 400,000 of Timor-Leste's land is degraded, and the government is working hard to restore them with the support of many partners, including Indonesia, as well as other development partners. And at the very end, you also mentioned the importance of livelihoods in including livelihoods into interventions on the ground. So thank you so much, Pak Mao, for the intervention. Next, from Southeast Asia, it's time for us to move to South Asia, and we'll hear perhaps more on the grassroots empowerment and also country level scaling from Bangladesh and Pakistan. Let's hear first from Bangladesh. So Mr. Ahmed Imtiaz Jami from Bangladesh, who's from Obstetric Foundation, an IUCN partner, an NGO that has been working also at the community level, including as part of the IUCN supported Women Leading the Tide initiative within the Bridge project. So I'm curious, can you tell us a bit more about how your organization directly engages local youth and women? How has empowering women as primary water and land managers transformed local restoration outcomes? And also, perhaps you can share a little bit from your perspective, what practical barriers do grassroots organizations encounter when trying to access finance and technical tools to scale nature-based solutions? Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Satrio, distinguished panelists. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm from Bangladesh. We work in a NGO called Obstetric Foundation. We actually work with the vulnerable communities on climate resilience, sustainable, and livelihoods. From the beginning, in 2010, actually, when I was 18, we started the organization. So working with the youth was our core initiative, actually. So working for these years, actually, we saw, and I learned that we often actually ask youths to come and attend or implement the projects. But somehow they are left behind to when the time of co-designing the solution. So I think we should undertake the youth to when we implement the projects or any intervention in the area. So youth can be a great asset because when we saw youth are not just implementing climate actions, they are actually leading it now. So we are at our organization, always we prioritize youth to lead. And now we are working with 3,500 volunteers all over the Bangladesh. As all you know that Bangladesh is a very climate vulnerable countries. We work in the coastal side. We work in the regions to restore land degradation. We work on the climate smart agriculture side. Also, when we started IUCN funded bridge grant project called Women Leading the Tide, it was very interesting area. It was very near to the Bay of Bengal, a small island called Chorlota. And when we entered the island, our plan is to strengthen the existing governance system and add women to that platforms. But it was shocking to learn that there was no existing government or any semi-government platform existed. And we were very much shocked to learn that women in that island was spending 4 hours a day to just collect water. So also they have to collect 10 pitchers of water to get 1 pitchers of drinkable water. The island is surrounded by waters, but they have not a drop to drink to water. So we started that, no one have did it. We started by listening actually. We listening to the community because they know their problems, they live the problems and they know their solution, but no one have ever listened to them. And for the first time ever in the history of that island, we did the first participatory gender-based audit on auto governance. And after that, we engaged national and international based expertise and bring them to the island, not the other hand, to capacity building with the women. We started with financial literacy, then we started with leadership. After that, we went for the DRR. And last, when they became confidence, we go for the water governance and management. And it was not important about the training in this project. What was interesting and important that for the first time, these women were confident enough to go to the government office and demands on their hand with evidence and ask what they are needing. So it was very interesting. And currently now, after the project, we have 60 women. We call them Obhijatri. This is a Bengali word, which means explorer. And now they are actually leading the committee in the island. They have 3 currently running committee. They are monitoring the water channel. They are regularly ongoing discussion with the union level and Upajala level. And with this project, actually, I believe when we led women to lead, the projects become more sustainable actually. And Dr. Satrio asked about the challenges, what we faced implementing these kinds of natural-based solution projects or any kind of projects in this rural area. First, I think the access, because this is so south in Bangladesh and so rural, physical access to this area is very much tough and expensive. For the small projects like this is very tough to, and getting expertise and technical expertise to that remote area is also a very tough challenge. So I think if we can invest in a long time in types of this area, in types of grassroots organizations and community, then because the behavioral change or restoration takes time. So I think international partners should look into it. And also I would like to thank IUCN on this project, because they are actually not thinking as a only donor and us as the implementer. We was actually a partnership in these projects, because from till this 9 months of this program, we have been doing a multiple session on capacity building, like grassroots organization like us. We have knowledge sharing based many programs. That's how a grassroots organizations like us can learn and implement the programs more, and the impact can be a greater thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So you highlighted the issue in Bangladesh, but what I really like is that how Obizatric as an organization, grassroots organization, trying to empower youth and women through a series of steps, building capacity, not just building capacity, but also building confidence of women. And then you also mentioned the importance of overcoming issues related to access as well. And I'm glad Obizatric is very active in Bangladesh with that journey. So from Bangladesh, let's move to another country in South Asia, to Pakistan. And we have here my dear colleague, Ms. Fauzia Malik Bilkis, who is the country representative of IUCN Pakistan. Of course, as I also mentioned in one of my slides, IUCN Pakistan has many projects, right? Has built an extensive track record, providing technical rigor, independent verification, landscape monitoring for TBTTP project, large-scale restoration project, conducted or led by the Pakistani government. So I'm curious, given the portfolio that you are managing, what key lessons from Pakistan's landscape management portfolio can other countries in South and Southeast Asia adopt? Maybe there are a few sort of like lessons there. And how can IUCN country offices, because we have, of course, offices throughout Asia, best support governments in achieving policy coherence across the UNCCD, CBD, and UNFCCC?
Thank you, Dr. Satria. I think this, as you have mentioned, we are working very closely with the government of Pakistan. They are the state member also, and the first thing that we have over the years that we worked on was about supporting the government on the policy side, guidelines, strategies, and that has been quite a big task. Then we also supported some of the pilots to make it more visible for them to how to do it. And we have been working with the government very closely on building these strategies and even the guidelines for different cases. As you mentioned about the 10 billion tree tsunami program, which is a large scale mega flagship program of the government, where IUCN Pakistan is conducting the third-party monitoring of this project that is funded by the government across the country. And under this project, what we have also done, which has been quite a flagship publication, is on the selection of suitable tree species as per the ecological zonation in the country. So that is also a very important aspect. And as we are talking about land degradation, neutrality, I think one factor which is also invasive species, which we are trying to eliminate and build on the local and indigenous species to recover and restore the land. I think this is a mega initiative. And then we have also worked with the department, with the Forest and Wildlife Department, on assessment of the key biodiversity species in different areas. We have been helping out restoring some of the key species in certain areas also, and building on the baseline of some of the areas. In the desert area in Sindh province, third desert, we have worked with the private sector also on the ecological baseline of the whole desert area. I think this has also been quite a remarkable initiative, and it can be replicated further. It can be replicated in a similar manner in other countries also, and as well as in other provinces in Pakistan. We have been working also with the government on while Pakistan has been in the process of updating the LDN targets. We have supported on the gender assessment of the LDN targets with the government. And then we are also with one of the province, Punjab province, we are going to sign an agreement after I return on rangeland management. There are certain technical support that the government requires, the guidelines and the policies in that regard, we will be going ahead with that also. And currently, we are also supporting the government of Pakistan in the National UNCCD report for 2026. That is also very helpful initiative, because this involves the consultations from all the key stakeholders and then building on mapping the overall resource degradation, and then to see the difference, because this is the first time this is going to be on real data that is going to be. So the key lesson I figure is that mean in engaging the stakeholders, and as you mentioned on the three Rio conventions, which is also extremely important that we connect, and we, when we're talking about the land degradation, restoration of the land, I think the biodiversity is an important factor that we need to have a look at it, and the impact of the climate change on that also. And the other area that I think we have focused quite a lot in Pakistan, and we supported the government of Pakistan, is on development of the first climate change gender action plan, which includes forest and biodiversity in a very comprehensive way. And this is a major area that we have supported the government with. So the key lesson, I think, is the joint efforts with the government and supporting them in the process step by step, and connecting the different different conventions also, because the overall integrated approach is what we really need to work on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fauzia. So you highlighted the importance of engaging key stakeholders, of course, the government, working together with them step by step. But also, you even mentioned how you involve the private sector, and you also mentioned several support that IUCN Pakistan has provided in terms of development of documents and so on. It's very, very exciting. So we've heard from the panelists about the challenges they face in their countries, in their projects, sharing some practical examples of what work as well. So maybe I open the floor to the audience if there is one or two questions. Any takers? Any question you want to ask to our distinguished panelists? I didn't see anyone, or maybe among the panelists, if you have questions to each other, feel free to ask. Anyone want to ask based on what you've heard? Okay. I don't see any taker. Okay. So in that case, I mean, let's bring the session to a conclusion. So I think we've heard many keywords during the presentation today, starting when the Vice Minister of Forestry of Indonesia gave his keynote speech, and also from our panelists. One thing that we heard, for example, is that the importance of an integrated approach. We heard from Ibu Dia integrated watershed management as well. Also, we heard from some of the panelists the importance of strong science and data to be able to make local impacts. So this can be achieved by by applying tools that are inclusive, diagnostic tools that are inclusive. And then we also heard that stakeholders, especially people on the ground, must be at the center. Mr. Mao, for example, mentioned the importance of involving livelihood concerns when we have interventions on the ground. And that's exactly what Obizatric is doing, doing youth-led, women-led conservation in Bangladesh. Of course, all the capacity buildings that organizations do can help, and it's important to build the trust so that they have the confidence, as Mr. Ahmed Imtiaz mentioned, that the stakeholders now have the confidence and be empowered to take action on the ground. We also, again, mentioned about these partnerships, and I think we heard that from Ms. Fauzia, how organizations like IUCN can support the government in meeting high-level agenda, and translate those high-level targets into the ground, and not just for UNCCD, not just related to land degradation, but also linking that with the other targets linked to CBD as well as UNFCCC. With that, on behalf of the IUCN Asia Regional Office, I want to express our sincere gratitude, of course, to His Excellency Rohmat Marzuki, who's now on his way to the airport already, on his way back to Indonesia. And of course, our distinguished panelists, Ibu Dia, Mr. Raimundo Mao, Mr. Ahmed Imtiaz Jami, and Ms. Fauzia Malik Bilkis. And of course, all our participants here in Ulaanbaatar, and also those joining via live stream. So let's give a big round of applause for all of us. Thank you again. Share our annual results. State Secretary, Secretary sekarang sedang
كلها ما يطلع لنا هاي.
بسبب شحة المياه.
المملكة المتحدة موجودة في هذا
That's why they share that and then one of my colleagues just stand there to just take that and okay, great. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do with the black coffee and then some hot water this morning. Yeah. Yeah, but I think see some type of season when I'm not sick and then this day Thomas talking with someone from the year. And the thing I got a sick or something after 3 4 days and it said thanks God I'm fine in the last 2 weeks. That's what it did. And yeah. I said okay, yeah. I said thanks God I'm fine. Yeah. Yeah, that's then yeah, yesterday like there is with the evening. I think it's easier. I think it's easier standing in this landing here because they put the dead column. Because I did three, it's easier to and nothing if it's market, but it gets presenting. It becomes very hard once back and forth. Stuff there. Stumble to that. We have
Here. I think it's clear for me. If I add also this one, for example, and the pointer, maybe it's better as well. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. That side. There's
What about if someone's
Sorry. There we need to water bottle. So then we have to dispense the, yes. Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have. Thank you. We need to start on time.
Yeah.
And then because we look, we start
Planning the next session.
Next session.
That's helpful to me. Thanks. Okay. Testing. Good. Okay, good morning, everyone. So welcome and thanks for being here and taking an interest in this subject matter. Of course, the session from fragmented projects to evidence-based action, case studies on mitigating anthropogenic sources of sand and dust storms in Central Asia, West Asia, North Africa, and the Sahel. The title, as you'll see, is fairly deliberate. The discussion is exceptionally well timed. Across the region, projects are already tackling different dimensions of the same underlying challenge. Some focus on ecosystem restoration and biodiversity. Others, like the Wikaya project, which I lead at the International Water Management Institute in southern Iraq, focus on climate adaptation, land and water management, while other programs, such as the UN Habitat's transboundary work across Iraq and Kuwait, bring several dimensions, and all of these, in many senses, together. The relevance to the topic, of course, is that in 2026, there's going to be 3 Rio Convention COPs that meet in succession. UNCCD here, the Biodiversity COP in Yerevan in October, and COP, the Climate COP in Antalya in November. So this matters because the problems themselves do not sit in separate boxes, as we know. Tackling SDS sits across all 3 Rio Conventions. A degraded
dry land can simultaneously be a land issue, a biodiversity issue, a water security issue, and a climate resilience issue. So when that degradation contributes to dust generation, it also becomes a public health, livelihoods, and economic issue. Communities experience all of these together. And it's fitting that we're having this conversation on Land and People's Day. Our work at IMI, under Wikaya, funded by the UK FCDO program on Phenomenal in southern Iraq, illustrates a useful case example. A hotspot is not automatically an intervention site. And that's what we want to explore today. Bringing forward today, we'll start with case studies on Central Asia and Pakistan and Iraq in West Asia. And then we'll move into a rapid fire panel discussion, which will bring forward perspectives on land and rangelands, implementation of nature-based solutions, including government and science perspectives. In January, IMI will host a regional dialogue on sand and dust storms in Amman, spearheaded by Jordan's Minister of Environment, Dr. Ayman Suleiman, together with counterpart ministries from Iraq and Syria. And this is to take forward work towards the potential of a multi-country program. Ultimately, as we listen today, I would like to leave you with one question. What evidence do we need to move confidently from promising projects that are, as we see, often fragmented to coordinated action at scale? And I'd like to start with a short video as we move into this conversation.
والله قاعد تشوفون هذا النخل ما يطلع إلا ماي. شوف كلها ما يطلع له هاي. عاد تشوفوا شغل.
بسبب شحة المياه الأرض تعرضت للتصحر وبسبب الكثبان الرملية والجفاف. سكانها الأصليين بدأوا بالنزوح.
المملكة المتحدة موجودة في هذه القمة، قمة كوب 17. لماذا؟ لأن هذا مهم لكلنا في كل أنحاء العالم، في كل أنماط الحياة في العالم.
Sand and dust storms do not begin in the sky. They begin on the ground, where degraded land, drought and water stress leave landscapes vulnerable.
يؤكد الأردن أن الوقاية تبدأ من المصدر، وذلك من خلال الإدارة المتكاملة للمياه والأراضي واستعادة الأراضي المتدهورة وتعزيز الحلول القائمة على الطبيعة.
واستعادة الأراضي المتدهورة وتثبيت الكثبان الرملية والتوسيع باستخدام تقنيات الري الحديثة.
Transboundary water cooperation can reduce these risks and make responses more effective by coordinating water management, maintaining environmental flows, and improving irrigation efficiency, and strengthening joint responses to drought.
Combating sand and dust storm rests in two pillars: source mitigation and effective early warning. Of course, early warning saves lives, triggers airport closure, and health alert across our region.
The region already has science and amazing institutions and experience. The next step is to connect them. As we move toward UNCCD COP17, let us make regional cooperation not just a principle, but a practical tool for restoring land, strengthening resilience, and restoring hope.
Thank you. So now we're going to move into the case studies, and I would like to welcome Dr. Mohsin Hafez, Strategic Director for Water, Food and Ecosystems at the International Water Management Institute.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mitch, for highlighting that one, the background and providing the rationale. Okay, so I'm presenting here the case studies of that one, Pakistan and Central Asia, and then saying it, what are the root causes? I will not, when we look around that one, the two countries, I will be giving a comparison on that one and see common things of that one. When we look around in the context of sand and dust storm, is considered in the Pakistan development and security risk. And it is looking around that one, it's not only affecting the Pakistan, but it is the source of that one, sand and dust storm to the neighboring countries. And that's why we consider as a part of that one. Out of the 245 million, around 173 million people are exposed to the sand and dust storm, which is around roughly around 80 days, 80% of the population. And if we look around that one, the more than 170 days where one way or the other way the major cities are impacted, where the population is around 60 million, Karachi and Lahore. And looking around that one, the cropland, which is where the sand and the storm when that's coming, and it is also impacting on the crop production. And ultimately also that recently that when solar power generation, which is one of the major issues, one of the major source of energy generation in Pakistan, that's also impacting on that one. That's all about what's happening, but how that's implicating at the Pakistan at the health sector. We see that when the kids have a respiratory risk and then the problems as a part of that one. Agriculture sector, the productive cropland are impacted, as well as we have seen the cotton crop in the area which was the fertile area that's not anymore fertile. And also looking around, when we look around the whole Pakistan, we see one of the fundamental hotspot, and then the most hotspot is in the Balochistan province, where there are around 82% of the bare and then the sparsely vegetation is that one, and that's impacting. If you want to reduce the sand and dust storm, reducing the risk, we need to talk about land restoration, and we also need to look around that one, how we could have a drought resilience through the nature-based solution and through the other augmentation that will be improving the productivity of the system. So looking around the satellite images, what's happening in the Balochistan, which is the hotspot as a part of that one, source to the impact corridor. It started from that one to the within the hours to the days to the neighboring region. So we looked around and particularly, they are the particularly hotspots, some of the river basin, which is a dry land agriculture, and that's where the source of that one. So overall in Pakistan, that the air quality is impacted, but that's also coming as a source to the neighboring country, to the Afghanistan, and to the Iran, and then to the other region as a part of that one. And that's where the things are coming. So if we want to reduce on that one, we need to look around that one, how we could mitigate those kind of this and reduce the risk, and also looking around what are the financing available as a part of that one. So let's look around that one, the root causes of land degradation and desertification in Pakistan, and which is a key contributor to the sand and dust storm. First is the dry land agriculture. More than 80% of land is arid to semi-arid. And out of, when we look around the agriculture area, that's around 80 million hectares. Out of that one, around 80% is about that one to the land degradation. When we look around the population in terms of that one forest area, it's only 4.2, but 60% inhabitants are dependent as a part of that one on agro-pastoral activity, which is showing that one high dependency on that one. And when we are looking around intensive land use and unsustainable agriculture practices that are accelerating soil erosion, the biggest issue is poor water management, deforestation, overgrazing, urbanization, and all the conservation practices which are not being implicated. And that's leading to the soil salinity on a yearly basis. Around the 200, 300,000 hectare area is coming under that one, the salinity, and then secondary salinization and everything. Now let's go into that one, what's happening in the Uzbekistan or Central Asia. Right-hand side, you are seeing that one, the Karakal, Pakistan, Surkhandariya, where the major number of days where in a year is around 54, 53. But if we compare with the Pakistan, we were around 179 days. So sand and dust storm is here. Again, there are 80% of the area is under consist of desert. When we look around Central Asia, the Uzbekistan government has developed a national action plan, which is looking around that one, how we can reduce the impact on that one. And one of the fundamental, the action or the vision of this Uzbekistan government is how could they transform the RLC region into zone of environmental innovation and strategy, which was a classical disaster as a part of that one, to the poor water management practices in late 90s and everything. And in that one, they have developed a national action plan where they are looking around that one, how they could implement the Sendai framework program for disaster risk reduction and improving by 2030 those are the major area. Looking around that one in Uzbekistan, again, there are major issues on the water management and sand and dust storm is part of the contributing the unsustainable water management. It's the same thing as a part of that one. I worked there extensively, and when we are looking around, when they are applying the lot of water for leaching, and that's impacting as a lot of water is that when it mitigate, it's reducing that one on the salinization, but long term, it's also impacting as a part of that one. We have seen the example of that one, excessive withdrawal for the cotton production, and that has the impact major on that one, on the water bodies. And we see the worst disaster in that one, the Aral Sea is transformed into Arakan Desert in Central Asia, and that's a classical example of unsustainable water management. The excessive use of that one, that's also impacting on the degrading the ecosystem, but also when the water body dries, that becomes a source of that one. The lake bed is source of the sand and dust storm. How to mitigate and everything as a part of that one. We are looking around the example of salinity in irrigated agriculture, Pakistan and Central Asia. Right-hand side, we are looking around the salinity. Salinity is also one of the major threat in the context of Central Asia, in Uzbekistan, in the further down in Karakal, Pakistan, in the Horizon region, and many other regions as a part of that one. When we look around in case of Pakistan, we see on the top, there are the salinity patches, which is the green showing it. But as we go further down, we go on to the saline, slightly saline, moderate saline, and strongly saline. The lower part of the Indus Basin is much more impacted on that one. And that's contributed to the poor water management practices and many other things as a part of that one. So what's the way forward? What IMI is doing working into those regions? We are working as a part of that one, 3-way forward activity we are doing it. One is resilient nature-based solution, water solution, which we are looking around that one, how we could augment the rainwater harvesting, how we could go for that one, in the dryland agriculture, that one, the micro basins, also salinity management, restoration of wetland, and also looking around manage aquifer recharge, which we started a major project in the context of Balochistan, where we are doing in 4 river basin, which are the hotspot for that one. But also looking around the other is sustainable agriculture practices. What can we do? Can we follow the agroecological thing, doing the crop rotation, also looking around the shelter belts, also on agroforestry? We recently completed one project from the USA aid. We were looking around that one. What are the agroforestry? Why that's not sustaining? And also looking around the conservation of agriculture practices as a part of that one. And finally, we are also introducing the drought action catalyst as a part of that one for biosaline agriculture and see what we can do. Lastly, that need to be, all these things need to be integrated with the guidelines, best practices, and with the sand and dust storm guideline, and see how we could learn it from the Vikaya project and other regions and how we could move forward. Lastly is about the digital advisory, which is one of the fundamental things where we could look around on that one and seeing the advisory need to be action oriented and how we could make an impact on the ground. With this one, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohsen Hafez. So we're now going to hear for the case study 2, which focuses on West Asia and the example of Iraq, Thikar. So I'd like to welcome up Engineer Uday Jiwan from the Ministry of Environment, Iraq.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so when talking about Iraq, we're just talking about the arid area. So Iraq located in the arid and semi-arid area. Unfortunately, we experienced the dust storm in southern part of Iraq. So I highlighted 3 governorates which consider the source of hotspot. Of course, there is another governorate, but because talking about Wakaya and other project, so most of them located in the 3 governorates. And here, the case study of success of how to mitigate the dust storm and sandstorm as well in South Iraq. We use different technique, some of them, all of them environmentally technologies friendly, and some of them, for example, the first one talking about, this is the project Habitat, UN Habitat, and also funded by the Kuwait Fund, and use some technique like canals and some of clay covering located in 2 governorates in Muthanna and also the Aqar. The another case study, Wakaya, which is funded by the UK International Development, and also located in between Al Muthanna and the Aqar Governorate, the same area but different sector. And the another case study used the clay government covering, which is started in mid-17, and of course this is local project, agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture and other relevant ministry of Iraq. So what we learned from this, we will discuss again some the result of every project. For example, as I mentioned, this is located in 2 governorates. and start to use solid wind bricks, this kind of techniques just to slow down the dust storm speed, which means more stabilization for the soil, less aeration, and also qualify this area for the irrigation again. Of course, we use planting with a special seed. So this is the key success of the first case, and the success combined between the mitigation goal or the success of this project, because we make combination between the hydrological by the wind breaks and also soil stabilization, and also the same thing you can say about the vegetation with the special kind of seed. And we can see there is 50,000 people benefit from this region, especially the country, the local people who live in the line of the desert. Here, Waqaya. Waqaya consists of two phases. The modeling. This is a huge information. Behind the scene, we try to make comparison between the data, satellite imagery data, and also meteorological data, soil characteristic data, and meteorological data, water quality data, all together as a layer, insert with the special, the satellite imagery. Of course, we make some image processing. After that, we create a mathematical model just to predict where is the highest hotspot in the area of interest. We classify to different color. The red is the highest one, and this is the more risk or highest hotspot of that storm. This is a huge project, but we also insert some document or data from platform like WABER platform. This is organized by FAO, and this is WABER, that's mean water accounting through access data, remote sensing data. What make it unique? Because here we try to combination between the meteorological things, mathematical, and also the real data. Once the real data, truth data, insert more reliable data, more truth data, that means the result will be more confident. This is the second part of Waqaya, and also why Waqaya is unique, because we try to notice, we using the technology, high technology software, remote sensing, GIS, remote sensing, and other software is not sufficient. We need to make the community engagement between this project, just to prepare the local people how to understand the project, the benefit of this project. So we make a workshop for the local people and try to make him familiar with the idea of this project. And the data storm, it's of course it's environmental phenomenon, but we can solve, fixed, and reduce the effect of it once the local people familiarize with the idea. So that's why they make workshop with the local people, stakeholders, and as the result, here, for example, 43% of the participants women, and we try to use one of the natural planting, dropping in this region, and the result is reduce the dust and reduce the hotspot, surrounded the hotspot by more friendly technology techniques. So what's make it unique? Because after that, we provide more suitable region, more chances for the local people to benefit, and also more chances for job as well. And the third case study, this is located in most part of Iraq, created by the Ministry of Agriculture and use the clay covering. Of course, we don't try to change the ecosystem of every region. We try to rehabilitate it. So this area, because of the drought, because of the lack of water resources, are located in downstream of Tigris and Euphrates River. So that's mean we have challenge of water scarcity and also consider as one of the country of water stress. So most of the vegetation cover because of that and the using the traditional way of irrigation and agriculture regime, most of the agricultural region compared to arid region and reduce their ability. So we need to rehabilitate this region again. And of course, we try to reduce the effect of sandstorm. So using the clay covering, we try to clay the downs first, then stabilize the soil, reduce the aeration, and more qualified the area for irrigation by seeding this region with a specific kind of seed. Can live in the harsh environment with high temperature and lack of water and also high standard of salinity. So the lesson all together, these characteristic when we gather the kind of friendly technologies with mitigation, we can reduce the effect of the sandstorm and try to reach the point of I will not say zero sandstorm. We try to reduce the sandstorm as much as we can. So, thank you so much. Thank you.
And the clay covering, you take the clay soil and
Yes. Actually, there is there is arid area. Actually, there's agriculture area, but because of the situation, climate change and lack of water resources, converted from qualified to unqualified region. So we try in the Ministry of Agriculture to rehabilitate it by using a layer of soil, then cover this region. After that, we will plant it by special seed just to stabilization of the soil and more vegetation cover. This is a kind of friendly technique.
Thank you. So as you've heard, we've seen examples from Pakistan and the areas in Uzbekistan, in particular the Indus Valley. Importantly, as you've seen, transboundary climate risks like sand and dust storms are also a transboundary land and water management issue. And therefore, we've seen a good example of that from Dr. Mohsen. And as Engineer Day has pointed out, there's mechanical and biological solutions to addressing sand and dust storms. Mud covering and berms being built as being considered to be mechanical, and biological, you're introducing shelter belts and potentially also looking at planting saline resilient types of agricultural crops, barley. You're looking at introducing various types of halophytes or xerophytes. These are salt-tolerant plants, and xerophytes being drought-tolerant plants. So we've heard examples of case studies, and what we're going to do now is hear from some of our panelists. I'm going to move from across this side of the table to the other. So, the next segment of our session this morning is to bring to light the various organizations who are working across this, to some extent, either directly on sand and dust storms or restoring landscapes that contribute to mitigating source sites. So from the panel, we have Mr. Elias Chenayes, if I could welcome him up. Thank you very much. And he's from the he's a forest and rangeland expert from FAO, and covers the regional area of the Near East and North Africa. We have Dr. Hani Al-Shaya, who's from IUCN, the Regional Office for West Asia. Thank you very much. And we have with us today Dr. Vinay Nangia, Research Program Director for Soils, Waters and Agronomy from ICADA. Mr. Mohammed Nasser, Program Manager from UN Habitat Iraq. Thank you. And Dr. Ragad Al-Abaidi, Director General for the Directorate of Planning, Ministry of Environment and Deputy Technical Minister of Environment, Iraq. Thank you. So we've heard about case studies and we've seen what examples there are out there. My, first question will go to you, Mr. Elias Chanis. You are the forest rangeland expert at FAO's Regional Office for the Near East and North Africa, with many years of experience in natural resources management, working across the region on rangeland and forest restoration, biodiversity conservation, and climate resilience. So my question to you today is, restoring dryland landscapes is framed as primarily a conservation goal, but it's also a critical disaster risk reduction measure. How do you see integrated pasture and forest restoration interventions as a supporting tool for regional efforts to mitigate sand and dust storms? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mitchell, and hello, everyone. And let me start by the first part of your question. I think framing restoration as only from the lens of conservation is restrictive, like you said, and we need to think of restoration as more of a comprehensive effort that has multiple benefits across ecosystems, across economies, and at various scales. So let me start by giving a concrete example as how FAO R&E is trying to flip the narrative and frame restoration from a very comprehensive and let's say exhaustive point of view. The first example I would like to give is our initiative that we have launched in collaboration with other UN agencies and the League of Arab States, titled Reinvest NINA. And this initiative aims at exactly framing restoration from the lens of providing multiple benefits so that it becomes more attractive for financing. And in the region, we have been suffering for in the past few years with financing because the donor or the landscape, the financing landscape has shifted because of the multiple crises, political instabilities that have shifted the priorities towards crisis or humanitarian efforts. And therefore, we are trying to link restoration with these multiple benefits. And we are trying to develop projects that have multiple benefits, including societal benefits, including reducing sand and dust storms, and of course, conservation. We should never forget about that. So that's the first part I would like to highlight, is that we are trying in collaboration with other UN agencies and the League of Arab States to frame restoration from a more comprehensive and more wide spectrum, if you want, lens that tackles these multiple bands and contributes effectively to reducing sand and dust storms. Now, in terms of specifically of restoration, we are also trying to focus not just on one specific ecosystem. We try to restore what we call the agro-silvopastoral systems that are very fundamental to the region and is very common. And by these agro-silvopastoral systems, I mean the intersection between forest rangelands and agriculture that are very characteristics across multiple countries in the region. And I will give some example to our work in this effort. So, for example, in Sudan, we have supported with the country office and several stakeholders. We have supported the restoration of over 50,000 hectares of riparian ecosystems and agricultural ecosystem across the Nile. And these systems are quite fragile. So when they are degraded, they become a hotspot for the release of sand, the release of fine particulate in the air. Of course, the situation in Sudan is very critical, like you all know, and this slows down the efforts of restoration. Like we said, the priorities are always shifting in the region because of the instability. I would also like to shed the light on a project that we are implementing in Algeria. And this project aims to restore over 20,000 hectares of cork oak forest. And these forests are spread across various ecosystems, including and the interface between the transition zone between the dry or the sub-dry or the dry the dry zone of Algeria and the sub-dry and sub-humid region of Algeria. So they are also very fragile to degradation, and when they are degraded, they become a hotspot for the release of sand, for the release of fine particulate matter into the air. And also, I would like to talk about our efforts in Iraq. We had the colleague from Iraq explaining the problems they are facing. So in the marshlands of Iraq, which are a collection of wetlands and agricultural lands that have been used since time immemorial, they faced a lot of degradation due to years of conflicts and mismanagement. And we tried to work with local stakeholders, the government, and FAO country offices, FAO country office to restore approximately, I'm not sure of exactly of the figure, but around 10,000 hectares. And these wet marshlands, when they are degraded, like explained by our Iraqi colleague, they become a net emitter of sand and dust storm. So restoring them, therefore, contributes to the solution. I would also like to highlight that this year is the International Year of Rangeland and Pastoralist, and our region is a region characterized by a dominant land use, which is rangeland. And we have collaborated with institutions such as IUCN, ICARDA, OSS, and others to celebrate this year at the regional level, and to highlight the important role of rangeland and how we should work together to restoring them. And we have developed a communique, which is which is a statement, if you want, which has 7 action points. And I can also share it with you. And let me end by also focusing on what you also said, that challenges do not occur independently, and we should focus as much as possible on the interconnectedness of these challenges. And at FAO, we are working on what we call the Wi-Fi nexus, the water, energy, food, and ecosystem nexus. And we are promoting as much as possible nature-based solutions that tackle this nexus and bring benefits throughout these sectors. And we also have developed a policy brief recently that we published that you can scan the QR code for the communique and the policy brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Elias. So, you know, you pointed out this is the year of rangelands and pastoralism, and that's an important point. I think being in southern Iraq, especially where UN Habitat works, we made several visits there, and you'd often see you know, areas of degraded rangeland, but also pastoralists, nomadic pastoralists moving through. And when there's no corridors that are managed, then you end up with, you know, huge herds moving through areas that you are trying to improve. And it's very important to take this into account. So those perspectives on Sudan, Algeria, and Iraq, especially around marshlands, very, very interesting indeed. So thank you. Thank you. And now we're going to move to hearing from Mr. Mohammed Nasser. So from UN Habitat, for some time you've led as a program manager at UN Habitat with ample experience in complex roles. And one thing that we know for sure is that regions that are sources of sand and dust storms are remote. They are often contexts that are based on natural resources that are can lead to conflict, latent conflicts, grievances over misallocations, changing land value, and changing water allocations. You're managing a KFAD-funded transboundary sand and dust storm mitigation program, all whilst pursuing a PhD as well, which is pretty impressive. My question to you, from UN Habitat's experience in Iraq, what turns an SDS pilot into something that can be scaled? 4 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mitchell. I'm very cognizant of the time, so I will be quick. I think from our experience from the KFAD funded project with UN Habitat in southern Iraq and Muthanna and Dhiqar, we have learned three things in order to scale things. One is evidence. We are looking at the evidence that we are trying to work with on the ground. We are not looking only at what the interventions that are working exactly, but we are looking at an integrated approach of what's exactly should be working, how it works, where it works, how much does it cost, the operation and maintenance behind it, and how can it be sustained. And I think it's really important to think about not how does this pilot work, but also how can this pilot move into other areas, and how can we move the successful interventions from one area to another. That brings me to the other point, which is basically systems. I think systems thinking is really important when designing such interventions. It's really important to be aware of the constraints around the design that we are trying to adopt in the area. In southern Iraq and Muthanna and Dhiqar, we had an issue we had an issue of water availability. The approval from the Ministry of Water Resources did not come to use the Euphrates or the Tigris because of the current issues. We were allowed to use drainage channels, which are like has high salinity in water, so we had to adapt to that. Other than that, we are looking at the logistics issues. These are remote areas. The areas that the sand and dust storms that we worked on, they are 30, 40 kilometers away from the highway. They are very remote areas. They are heavily led by tribes as well. So there is a community engagement aspect that is huge that has to be undertaken. And so that's one of the other constraints that we had during in our design in our projects. So at UN Habitat, we are trying to leverage a territorial planning approach where we are looking at the source, what exactly fits into the solutions that matches these sources, and also trying to design for scale, not only to design to tackle one specific project and then maybe moving the interventions. And the third one is the ownership. I think it's really important to have a national champion, either in the country itself. For example, in Iraq, the national champion for us was the Ministry of Planning, also the General Secretariat of the Supreme Council, supported by the Ministry of Environment as well. It was really important also to have the community buy-in, because they are the ones who are going to sustain these lands. If there is no community buy-in, then this project is going to end at the moment that we leave the site. And so just to summarize what I said, I talked about like evidence. This evidence, either like if we are using mechanical solutions, biological solutions, including nature-based solutions and others, these should be designed for scale. The systems, we should be cognizant of the constraints that we have: water management, land tenure, operations and maintenance, the sustainability of the project after it ends, and lastly, the ownership. There has to be like an ownership. There has to be a national champion who can take that into account, take that project into account, and maybe expand on it. And the same happens for the communities. One last thing in terms of ownership, I think it's really important for financiers and development banks to also to try to be included in that conversation. That conversation also has to be led by the national champions, who basically are aware and would be able to also help provide domestic funding, because no one project, no one development bank, no one funding agency can solve the issue of sand and dust storms. I think it's time for us to move from fragmented projects, from one project as a site, into a regional collaboration framework. Our project in Iraq probably has started this. Our colleagues at EOMI are doing that really well, so thanks to them. In case you need to know anything about our project in Iraq, I'm available. I'm happy to give you all the details about what we have done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nasser. Thank you. And yes, you're right. It's an important thing to look at it from a systems thinking perspective. One thing that's very unique in the southern parts of Iraq, in particular downstream of the Euphrates, and the Eastern Euphrates Canal is the high salinity and also the remoteness of this environment. Salinity there is 12,000 to 14,000 TDS. So you're extracting essentially near ocean level quality water, and you need to manage that. So really good points. We do need to see ambassadorship from the national to the local level as well. Thank you very much. So now we're going to move and hear a little bit about what work is being done by IUCN. And so if we can now pass the mic over to Dr. Hani Al-Shaya, as a conservation leader in the region, as the regional director for IUCN West Asia Regional Office. You've had several decades of experience in biodiversity, conservation work, as well as ecosystem restoration and sustainable development activities that all draw on conservation. And ultimately, my question to you is, what enabling conditions, in particular institutional mechanisms, financing models, that lead to supporting scale of SDS prevention across countries that can strengthen community engagement, right? Cross-sectoral coordination and transboundary coordination. And ultimately, how can IUCN support countries in establishing them? 4 minutes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ferris, for the invitation and for organizing this important session to discuss one of the most important topic, not just in West Asia region, and as I see in other region. And as we also in the case studies presented at the beginning, the impact of this topic is started to be enlarged. So I think with the climate change and with losing the biodiversity and losing ecosystem habitats across the regions, we need to think differently. IUCN can support in many aspects. IUCN is membership organization and it's a union, and we are very connected to the countries and also NGOs and communities and the key players in not just in West Asia, all over the world. So I think in this topic we need to think globally and act on regional level, because the impact now need to be on a scale, as I saw in many sessions across the COP. So we need to think differently. IUCN can support the countries to move from small scattered projects to large projects and strategic thinking, because we believe it is not just a country problem, it's an ecosystem, and the ecosystem is across the countries and even across the regions. So we need to think together with the countries, with the key players, the institution, about the large and impact project. The second issue which IUCN can help monitoring and the methodology for assessing such impact. I think we still have scattered across the region. We still have scattered work, and the methodology is different from here to there. So we need to think together. We need to act together. So we need to use the same methodology and also the same monitoring program for checking the impact of what's happening when we implement strategic project. Knowledge exchange. I think as we saw 2-3 case studies today, I think we need also to exchange the knowledge between the countries and the institution to make sure that we learn from each other, so the impact will be reduced from the sandstorm. We need to move from just responding to preventing and mitigation, and this is also again cannot be done separately. We need to work together to move from mitigation. The knowledge is very important, and IUCN is a knowledge-based. Yeah, the last one is knowledge-based institution. So we have a lot of knowledge here we can share in a short, and this is very important from IUCN perspective. We need to create a common scientific framework that enable countries to move from responding to dust storm after they occur toward preventing the sandstorm. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Hane. And yeah, I agree. sharing data, sharing knowledge is the most important thing as we move forward to identifying hotspots to also mitigating them at source. So thank you. And now we're going to hear from, back to the context of Iraq, from Dr. Ragad Al-Abaidi. You serve as the Director General of the Planning Directorate and the Deputy Minister of the Iraq Ministry of Environment. So from Iraq's perspective, what needs to happen from a policy and planning level to move from individual projects on SDS to a more coordinated national program that can be sustained and scaled? 4 minutes, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Nice to be here with you. Actually, if you want to achieve the maximum environmental and the spatial planning impact, we have to make a practical and systematic separation between the interventions that fall under the sovereignty and control of Iraq, so he can execute the project internally, and those goes with the coordination with integrating and integrating with neighboring countries in the region, given that the environmental degradation is a transboundary phenomenon. First, if we want to speak about the executable interventions that executed internally inside Iraq, we have some projects and programs. So, which field management and hot spot and soil stabilization. Number one, reclamation and sandy dunes stabilization by launching campaigns to stabilize the sandy dunes, especially in the central and southern zones of Iraq. And number two, we have the green belts around cities, expanding green belts around the big cities, big urban cities, which are the most affected by the environmental impact, and using the tertiary treated wastewater and non-conventional sources of water for irrigation. Number three, we have water harvesting and vegetation cover. We are looking for making this in the cities that most we are using rainwater harvesting techniques in valleys and the western zones of Iraq to revive natural pastures and perennial plants in the area. We will speak also about the unified technical systems, unified data collection and sharing by establishing a national platform for soil degradation monitoring. And we can also connect them with the meteorological services in the country. This national platform should be data supplied by the other relevant ministries, agriculture, water resources, and meteorology. Integration of desertification criteria to development policies requiring agriculture, industrial, and construction projects to submit the environmental impact assessment that guarantee to prevent soil erosion and land degradation.
30 seconds, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ragad Al-Abaidi. So yeah, I think you pointed out something very interesting there, which is wastewater reuse. And I think when we think about the context of downstream Tigris, Euphrates agricultural areas, it's important to consider how we manage wastewater, especially drainage water from agricultural land. So thank you for pointing that out. So we're going to now turn to Dr. Vinay Nanjier, and last but not least, of course, and I would like to really, as the Research Program Director for Soils, Waters and Agronomy at the International Center for Agricultural Research in Dry Areas, your insights are going to be highly relevant here. From what I know of, ICADA has long worked on dry land resilience. So could you share your perspective on how research and approaches are helping to prevent sand and dust storms at their source, and what lessons can be scaled across regions? 4 minutes, please.
Thanks, Mitch. Yeah, for sake of saving time for closing remarks, I'll keep my intervention brief. But we at ICADA don't look at sand and dust storm as an emergency response. We try to tackle the symptoms, the causes of sand and dust storm, and it's basically not sustainably managing the land resources, not having vegetative cover, and overexploitation of natural resource base. So how can you prevent all these? We are into sustainable land management, whether it's through regenerative agriculture approaches or conservation agriculture, afforestation, whatever it takes to maintain a vegetative cover, even during dry spells, so that you're not exposing your bare soils. Also, we are trying to look at how you can use techniques such as rainwater harvesting so that you can bridge water supply demand gap. So when it's dry spells, you have some sort of source of water available to maintain that vegetative cover, and you're not always waiting for that rainfall event to maintain your soil cover. So what we have noticed is that when you link all these scientific interventions with the community-led interventions, because unless the people who are managing that land, who are trying to earn some kind of dignified livelihood opportunity from that land, unless you have buy-in from them, it doesn't really fly. It remains a scientific intervention, a pilot, and then it just dies. The second thing that we have seen is that you need to have strong scientific evidence base. So if you have data sets under several years of intervention, you can see the soil organic carbon improving. You can see that 365 days a year, you can have some kind of land utilization index reaching close to 1. If you can present science and bundle that solution and make it as evidence available to the policymakers, to the users, then it flies. And thirdly, if you can link it with climate smart agriculture, so that when you're preventing drought in itself, you can have enough water available for preventing dust storms and sandstorms. So we are trying to take a holistic approach, but by not isolating sand and dust storms, but it's part of a puzzle. And it's all about bridging the water demand supply gap and making sure that you don't have bare exposed soils. So that's our approach, and that's how we have been seeing some good return on investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vinay. Yes, I mean, ICADA does some wonderful work, and a lot of it in the region in particular. Climate smart agriculture, regenerative agriculture is packaging this. You mentioned rainwater harvesting and water storage. Interesting enough, walk around the pavilions and you'll see there's some very interesting approaches that are being adopted. There's one just behind here that's talking about moving water storage when there's low water precipitation to areas where there are hotspots. They talk about ponds collecting the water and then piping that to an area. So we think about it as NBS, but there's an opportunity to do both grey and green infrastructure to support this area of work. So thank you very much. So we do have some time for, and thank you, the panelists, for keeping to time there. We do have time to take one question from the audience. So if there's any questions that may be opened from the audience, we would like to give that to the panelists. Any questions that might be had here? If not, I have a question, and I'd open it to you to answer. So we've heard about restoration, science, institutions, policy, and scaling. I'd like to understand in one sentence, maybe from each of you, what is the one thing we need to do to move from fragmented SDS projects to action at scale? If you can keep your answer to less than about 20 seconds, just one sentence. We'll start at the end with you, Mr. Elias.
Yeah, we should start treating SDS as a transboundary problem that needs transboundary solutions.
Thank you.
Coordinated investment, strategic projects across the regions to tackle the problem.
Try to embed the prevention of sand and dust storms into national adaptation plans, so that it's part of a bigger conversation that cuts across various different ministries.
I think a champion is needed to bring all these things together across the region. Thank you.
Okay, I think that we need to make an unified environmental fund, so to cover the high cost project.
Yeah, thank you. I think some good points there. Unification around a topic, transboundary climate risks need backing from financiers that see this as a climate risk investment that they can support. And ultimately, we need to work together. And bringing you here today is all about that. And let's not leave the conversation here, please. This is an important topic. I'm sure with all of us living in part in the region, we experience dust storms and dust fairly frequently throughout the year, especially during the summer months. So I would like to just close by saying that the objective is not more fragmented projects. It is to connect evidence, as we heard, policy, regional cooperation, and finance, as you pointed out. And these establishing programs capable of addressing these challenges at scale. If it's happening all at once, together, it's more impactful. So thank you very much, and please a round of applause for our panelists and case study speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, nice. Yeah, the right people Existing portability is low. Last में फिर बोलेंगे सब किसी से छीन के किसी को एक्सपेक्ट नहीं देखना लेकिन के सारी सब मुद्दा ये पार्टनर में सोचते हैं क्या बता रहे हैं सब जानते हैं एक बात समझने की अब कैसी हमारा कैसी क्या जैसे कि पार्टनर बात निकलेगी part ID and we need I don't like that so I
تيست الو مرحبا. هلو هلو.
Silent. Yes, that's probably good. شوية صعب
خليهم يقعدوا والله، خليهم يدعيهم والله، تفضلوا. هذا ما تجيبي شوية من بتوع IUCN اللي هناك. قولوا تعالوا. Good morning, colleagues. Distinguished speakers, colleagues, good morning. My name is Hani El-Shaer. I'm the regional director of IUCN Regional Office, which based in Jordan, Amman. So today we have a very important session. We're going to talk about revitalizing the HEMA initiative for integrated drought and dryland restoration and natural-based solution in West Asia countries. Dryland, colleagues, is our shared challenge, and it is one of the most important topic in West Asia in general. So we organized this session to make sure that one of the most important concepts in West Asia region is well communicated with you across the regions and also globally. So I'm very happy that I have my distinguished panelists, speakers, and really I'm proud about you that you come to this session to discuss this important topic. Next month, inshallah, we're gonna have a big event with the Arab League in Cairo to present the concept again and to agree with the countries about what we're going to do across the countries and in the region to revive the HEMA concept and also to work to work on the concept together. As you all know, HIMA is a traditional way of protection. It's a community-based approach, and it is really developed by the Islamic community since Prophet Muhammad, and it has a long history. And now in IUCN, we use different terminology to call it, but it is the same. We have a category in managing the resources called community-based management. So we are using the Islamic terminology here to revive the situation. We believe that Al-Hima also is a bridge to the resilience between the traditional knowledge and also the modern science. We believe between communities and the environmental policy. We believe also Al-Hima is between conservation and sustainable livelihood, and between local action and regional cooperation. I look forward to our discussion today and to explore how we can collectively revitalize Al-Hima as a practical and scalable approach for drought resilience, dryland restoration. Thank you all for coming to listen to our distinguished panel and also to integrate with us about this important concept. Let me introduce the panel. I have with me Dr. Mahmoud Fathallah, the Director of the Department of Environment and Meteorological Affairs at the League of Arab States. He held the position since 2020. Since 2024, he has also been tasked with overseeing the Department of Housing, Water Resources, and Disaster Risk Reduction at the League of Arab States. An economist by background, Dr. Fathallah brings extensive academic and practical experience in economic policies and has worked with several national regional. His regional responsibility provide an important perspective and decision-making and regional framework which can support community-based approach and bring it to sustainable natural resources management and scaling Al-Hima across the Arab region. I have with me also Engineer Ibrahim Turki, is the Secretary General of the Middle East Green Initiative, where he leads efforts to strengthen regional cooperation on environmental sustainability, ecosystem restoration, climate resilience, and land degradation. Through the MGI, his work supports the advancement of nature-based solutions, sustainable land and water management, climate resilience, agriculture, and the restoration of degraded landscape. His work also emphasizes regional knowledge, exchange, capacity building, partnership, and community engagement in environmental protection and restoration. His regional role provides an important perspective on how Al-Hima concept can align with and complement major regional environmental initiatives. I have with me also Engineer Bilal Qutaishat, the Director of the Nature Protection Directorate at Jordan Ministry of Environment. He leads work related to wildlife, biodiversity, and natural resources conservation, and serve as a national focal point for key international environmental agreement, including the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, and the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD. I have also with me Dr. Jassim Al-Awadi, professor in the Department of Earth and Environmental Science in Kuwait University, Faculty of Science. Prior to his tenure at the university, he served as an associate research scientist in the Environmental and Earth Science Division at the Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research, KISR. Thank you so much for the panelists to be with us. But as you can see, IUCN tried to bring politicians, big initiative in the region, official and governmental directors and also university professor. So in this case, we look for the topic from different angle and we learn from each other. And this is one of the things IUCN is keen to do, is to exchange knowledge and meanwhile to learn from each other. Let me start with Dr. Mahmoud. And we need really Dr. Mahmoud to talk about the policies and how the Arab League policies and ministerial decision developed within the Arab League support the concept of Al-Hima and its implementation across the Arab region.
Thank you, Dr. Dr. Hani, for inviting me in this important session, and it's a pleasure for me to be here. Actually, the League of Arab States, it's our mandated by integrated policies in the Arab region, and we are mainly working to coordinate policies in this regard. So the Al-Hima is a very important concept that we are looking to enhance the way of working in this regard to the region. Actually, the Ministerial Council is very eager to have Al-Hima by the conservation nature for the League of Arab States countries. We are already working and having protected areas for the Arab countries, and this is important for nature, and also dealing for food security and to enhance the local communities in this region. But the process of establishing a system of protecting area is taking a long process in the League of Arab States, but now we have already finished the legal framework for conservation and the protected area. So introducing the HEMA procedure and HEMA concept in this regard will help countries to enhance their knowledge based and their exchange of experience in protected areas and conserving nature. So it's important now in the Ministerial Council to complete our network to international organizations such as IUCN, and to contact with another international cooperation like China. You think China has a very important experience in this regard. So we are establishing a center in this in combating desertifications, and also one of our main pillars in our cooperation in this regard is mainly in conserving nature. So Al-Hima will be part of our important point that we are discussing in this area. So the international cooperation and experience for Arab countries is very important, and also we are looking to enhance our access to finance regarding the projects related to الحمى and the national and local communities and enhancing their ways of practical in this regard. So this is, I think, some of our working in enhancing الحمى concept and introducing it in the process of nature conservation and the protected area in the Arab region.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahmoud. Very clear umbrella for the policies and how we can integrate it, the concept inside the policies and the work of the Arab League. And among the priorities of the countries, which I will come later with Engineer Bilal, but let me, with what you have just highlighted, I would like to ask Engineer Ibrahim, with the strong movement of the initiative in the region and the clear vision set from the beginning, really we would like to also see how do you see the initiative activities aligning with and supporting the implementation of Al-Hima concept across the Arab region.
Well, thank you very much. And it's my pleasure to be amongst the distinguished. And I guess when we talk about the Al-Hima in the area, and I think this would lead us into what are the challenges that facing us to go forward. But we have in this case, we need to look at 3 areas of challenges, basically. And I start with where Dr. Mahmoud ended with the access to finance. And I guess the financial challenges are huge in order to get into implementation. So there are some financial barriers, and we need to address those barriers very clearly, and we need to understand how we're going to be reacting to those barriers. Mismatched timeline for some countries, as I believe, would lead into land restoration pays back over decades, but most funding moves in short project cycles, and that's a challenge by itself. Scale requirements sometimes with international donor funding for land is under real pressure, so no single treasury can finance restoration at this scale. Now, what is it that MGI can do in this case? This is where we basically looked into the barriers and in our governance, how we're going to be replying to this challenge by introducing a blended finance. So we created a fund that under the trustship of the Islamic Development Bank, designed to bring public and private capital into the same project. And when it comes to the design project, we looked into restoration that generates measurable returns, higher land productivity, food security, and rural incomes. That's restoration when investors can underwrite. That's the financial challenge, but we do face some technical challenges as well. It's the challenge is the country readiness, and this is very important. And I guess when it comes to regional member countries are at different, we look at them at different stages with regards to data, institutional capability, and delivery capacity. And some have world-class restoration experience, and some others are still on their way. So this is basically, we need to look into how would the presence of MGI could respond to this. I think we need to address it by strengthening countries' readiness across the full project life cycle, from planning and priority setting to implementation, monitoring, and reporting. This is done through knowledge sharing between countries, support on baseline land data, and independent scientific advice based on countries' needs and requests. The third challenge, which is I consider is a barrier in some countries, not all of them, some are advanced when it comes to this, it's the institutional challenge. And I guess we need to look at the complexity of institutional capability. With each country, restoration cuts across agriculture, environment, water, and finance. And this coordination could cause a great complexity in dealing with different issues at the same time. And another challenge is basically across the region. The challenges are shared. Some of them are like dust storms, climate change, while responses are largely separate. On national levels and on regional level. At the local level, and I guess land restoration, land sustainability management, last when the relevant communities are part of the restoration. We should not leave local communities behind. Now, what is it that the MGI has done in order to respond to this challenge? We looked at having one accountable focal point per country, connecting its institutions when it comes to agriculture, water, environment, and finance. So one focal point to deal with, and that focal point should be communicating with the different parties within the country. And one regional platform connecting the countries. And we looked at basically a very important element when it comes to looking into a people-centered approach. Communities as active agent of restoration with tangible economic stakes in its success. When restored land improves a household income, ownership of the restoration effort deepens. And that is what ensures sustainable land management long after any project ends. Allow me to stop here so to allow some time to other colleagues to probably make some of their points.
Thank you so much, Engineer Ibrahim. Very strategic vision, and really the challenge very well defined for the region, which I believe before we start any cooperation or any projects on a regional perspective, from a regional perspective, we need to study well the challenge, the gaps, the data deficient, what is needed, the country priorities. So in this case, our work planned well, as you mentioned, and also coordinated well with the countries and with the scientists. With this vision from Engineer Ibrahim, I would like to move to our country vision with the huge work of El Hima IUCN conducted in Jordan, and the support IUCN get all the time from the Jordan government, and the huge experience, Engineer Bilal, you have regarding the international convention. I believe one of the questions which need to be addressed, what are the opportunities to align El Hima approaches with the regional and global framework such as the Kunming Montreal? And I believe we talked a lot about this before, and it is good to share it with the colleagues here. And also the climate adaptation, land degradation neutrality, as mentioned by Engineer Ibrahim, and of course the SDGs.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hani, and thank you very much for IUCN West Asia RUA for this kind invitation and give us this space. Maybe here when we're talking about HIMA, I remember that side events, high-level side events, we was held in Abu Dhabi during Congress, and how we use a HIMA concept as a dream to be in fact today, and now we are going in implementation. I think that's regarding to your questions. As you know, Coming Montreal framework now is the main topics that's in international level that's working to make mainstreaming with all with the Rio conventions, because that framework is cover many things, all issues that needed to restore our biodiversity. Maybe the principle or the first things we talking about it in Coming Montreal framework regarding to target 2, that's was reflect to ANHIMA concept, participatory, integrated, biodiversity, inclusive spatial planning. I think HIMA can help in national level to have good spatial planning to make sure that areas is under HIMA for rangelands, for restoration. For restoration, that will be implemented for target 2 in Coming Montreal framework. That's HIMA is working to restore the degraded ecosystems. Then if we're going to work on target 3, which is talking about effective conservation of biodiversity through areas-based conservation, including areas conserved outside formal protected areas. Target 4, which is talking about conservation of threatened species and genetic diversity. Maybe we cannot here forget the knowledge which come from local community. That's which reflect to target 22. Maybe under gender responsive and equitability with gender, that is reflect in HIMA in target 23. We see that HIMA is give us an opportunities is to recognize suitable of to be a part of other effective areas-based conservation measures, which this concept we use it under IUCN Congress in last Congress, and I think we held in Amman or hosting in Amman one of the important regional workshop to activate OE SIMS. That's which is very important for protection areas. Al-HIMA is main player or can help in climate adaptation. How that will be happen by protecting vegetation and natural rangelands, reducing pressure from overgrazing, improving soil and water rations, protection watersheds and rangelands, and increasing landscape resilience, and all that's reflect on LDN, land degradation neutrality, which is reflect to work on avoid, reduce, reverse. I think these 3 words is high ambition of reflection of land degradation neutrality when using HIMA concepts. In addition, all that's targets or that's Rio Convention is working under SDGs. So we can implement many SDGs from targets and working with HIMA concept that's starting from SDG 2, 5, 6, 8, 12 under, and 17, 13, which is going to work in climate action and adaptation, life on land and ecosystem restoration, which is under SDG 15. All that key issues can help us in implement our commitment under HIMA concept for international conventions and how that will be mechanism under local communities and engagement all stakeholders in this concept. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Bilal. Very good perspective, and you link it well to the international commitments. Really, I like that you link it to the specific targets, target 2, target 3, target 4, which allow us in IUCN set the priorities for the country. So we think globally, and we act on a regional level and country level as well. But meanwhile, our eye about the targets we set here in the conventions, in the international conventions, and we are able to change at the end from COP to COP. With here, I will move to you, Dr. Jassim, and from a scientist point of view, and the topic is well connected with the community, local communities. I would like to ask you, how can local communities participate in planning, managing, and implementing projects aimed to increase dry land resilience?
Thank you very much for introducing me, and welcome with our colleagues, distinguished colleagues there. From scientific point of view, and without local community, we cannot work. We cannot start the project even. So I think the local community is a crucial issue for at least increasing the resilience of whatever our problem or the cases that we are facing in our countries. Local community, we said, because he's the first land. He knows, he had the knowledge about his land. He has also access to the data. He knows better than anybody and the resources of his land, and even the what are the problem exactly will be faced. And so time we can understand, or we can diagnose the problem in the right way with the, so we can find even the solutions for our problems. So in this case, I think the knowledge of local conditions of the land, and even with the what challenges we could face, I mean, we can put out the project or the solutions on the right way. How we can now, maybe you can have another questions or another way to ask, and in what way we can benefit from the community to solve our problem, even land degradations or water scarcity, whatever, I mean, or any environmental issues. Participation, by we call it participatory planning. We should communicate with the local. There's different ways to communicate, either through workshops, direct communication, sitting with them, listening to them, and even have the data. Because, I mean, to design the project, any project for the solutions, we should consult these people. They have better, I mean, they have the right knowledge, and this can save the time for the project, even maybe from economical point of view. They can reduce the cost of the project the same, and the same time will reach at the point of the solution directly without putting proposals or hypotheses to what can get or the. So this is one. If we can talk about the sustainability of the land, I think the local farmers, the people, they know how to manage, I mean, their activities, or what they call her. So here they are they can conserve the soil, they can conserve the water, they can also conserve their lands by their local experiences or the practices they have. Yeah, this maybe we have the different cases, maybe in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. يعني for example, for rangeland, what they call it, overgrazings. So what's happening now? It's happening because we are not using the local person for such activity. We are bringing people from other countries, almost zero knowledge in our local environment. He cannot compete with our environment. He doesn't understand our environment. So what's happening for the ranging, for grazing? Everything coming to this guy. The water's coming to them without moving place to place. At the end, what is the end? The results? It's almost 100% of land degradations and the security. So this is the changing the cultures of the practicing. Again, it is a main this and before, for example, the Bedouins, we know we can't transfer. They have the sense of the environment. Whenever they feel that the rangeland comes now to the critical point, they start to move from place to place because they want to give a time for rehabilitation, self-rehabilitation of the land and the because he knows if he stay more there, so he will damage, he will harm, and he will harm the other groups that will be coming in the futures. If we come to the water resources, maybe our issues there are there. So I think even the local water resource and management we're talking about, these people, the local people, they are, I mean, they know better than any consultant, even scientific research like us, because they know the environment, they know their needs, because they know the lands and how we can conserve the water. So either structured by using their agriculture's activities or rangeland, whatever we talk. So there is they can reserve their water on the right way rather than we are putting bringing technology from outside and adapt it to the environment, which will not, and also the local people, I think from, if you come from scientific point of view and even from the financials cost of to solve their problems, they are the right person and they are the cheapest person. They can get the right data for your analysis for the projects. Without analysis, you cannot get a result at the end. You want the right data. Who can give you the right data? I am a scientist. I don't know. I have to go to the field and dig for information. I may be right, I may not. But these people, they know every single specification of the data and what data they have to give you. So in this case, we are saving time, saving money, and utilizing the right people to get the data for our environmental assessment or before we start the project itself. If we come to the community, I think we have to exchange the knowledge with them. Without exchanging the knowledge, I don't think we can get a better solution for our projects. So this is, I mean, there are some good practices, but I think it's enough.
Thank you, Dr. Jassim.
Thank you very much.
We cannot work without local community. We cannot plan without local community. They are from the beginning till the end of the implementation of any project. They have to be there financially, administratively, technically. They are the owner of the land we are restoring. I know that one of the panelists, he has to leave in 1:30. So allow me, Dr. Mahmoud, to go to Dr. Ibrahim, and then I will return back to you. So I want to use, you are here, Dr. Ibrahim, to make sure that we get all the information we need. Dr. Ibrahim, from your perspective as leading the Middle East Green Initiative, how can Hima concept be linked with the other regional initiative across the region?
Well, again, I mean, it comes at the end to collaboration and cooperation with other financial institutions and technical institutions like yourself here. But I guess what's most important here, we need to ensure that Hima is a long-standing regional practice of community-led. How do we make it happen? And I guess this is very important to all of us. We need to ensure that to make Hima, we need to ensure that to make Hima scalable, investable, measurable, and adaptable as well. How do we do that? I mean, when it comes to scalable, and I guess scale comes from spreading a proven local model across the region. how do we make it investable? We need to ensure that capital flows, outcomes, it can underwrite. Community restoration becomes investable when it's designed to generate measurable returns. Higher land productivity, stronger food security, and better rural incomes. How do we make it measurable? Project outcomes can be measured through shared standards and modern tools. How do we make it adaptable? I think each country fits community stewardship, like Dr. Lawadi said, into its own legal and institutional systems. No single template applies. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Very clear. And this is, I believe, this is the pathway for the engagement and coordination with the other initiatives. Dr. Mahmoud, based on what you have mentioned earlier, and drawing on the League of Arab States extensive regional experience, how can LAS support policymakers and planners in expanding and implementing Al Hima approach across the Arab region? I have just 2 minutes, Dr. Mahmoud. Forgive me.
Yeah. Actually, now Al Hima becomes one of our priorities in the League of Arab States, and so that now is an item agenda in the Ministerial Council of Environment. Actually, let us say that this is very important to endorsing the effort in the league in the Arab region to have Al Hima as part of their action plan in this regard. We heard now about the financial mechanism of Al Hima and how to introduce Al Hima as a part of our projects in the Arab region. The Al Hima itself is one of the need is coming from the local communities, because it's related to their daily work and livelihood. So local communities is very eager to have Al Hima more than the protected area, because protected area is a governmental decision related to nature. But Al Hima taking into consideration the life of local communities, and so we are eager to endorsing this as a part of our process in this regard. So we are working together with IUCN and leading initiatives in the region to enhance our communities and to introduce more actions in the Al Hima for the region.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahmoud. So happy that you mentioned that it is one of the items of the agenda of the Arab ministers. Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim, and really highly appreciated. He has to leave for other commitment, but this is one of the main issues we are now as IUCN coordinating with the countries and also with big initiative like Middle East Green Initiative to make sure that we are moving on policies, but meanwhile on ground with countries. I will move to Engineer Bilal, based on the extensive cooperation with IUCN from Hima Bani Hashim 20 years ago till now, a lot of project and implementation for El Hima and community-based management. What is the lesson learned and how we can extend this to the region?
Thank you, Doctor. Maybe we implemented HIMA before a long time, and we know
sorry,
at
you have
national
2 minutes.
level.
2 minutes.
Okay, how much it is important. Maybe we believe that the conservation is more sustainable when local communities are not treated merely as beneficiaries, maybe but partners to be local community as the partners of national resources. The main lesson learned, we can work on it. The community ownership fundamental. Traditional knowledge can complement modern conservation. Conservation must generate tangible local benefits. Local governance need institutional support, and the HIMA should be viewed at landscape level. All these items, I think the 5 items explain themselves by itself how Al-Hima at national level can help in conservation and land degradation neutrality, conserve and implement for climate adaptation and resilience.
Thank you so much, Engineer Bilal. I'll move to you with the last question, Dr. Jassim. What is the technologies or innovation could help communities address water scarcity and climate risks?
I think community can address water scarcity and climate risk by combining both the technology and good planning as well as sustainable we call management. So if we can have the 3 issues, we can integrate it together, I think we can reach good solutions at the end. But what we can, how we can reduce the risk and the problem, there are so many methodologies. For example, smart water management system, we can go on this one. We can also rainwater harvesting, how we can collect the water in different, either small dams or injection the water into the groundwater. I don't know details, but and also we have water recycling. This is now main issues. We have good experience in Kuwait for the recycling of sewage water, and we're putting we're spending to the for trees, what they call it, the farms. We are suspending, so this will reduce demand on the water. And at the same time, we can using distillation water, but using not the crude oils or the gases, but using what they call it renewable resources. Both, if you can combine the wind as well as solar energies, that will be better and better. Actually, the efficiency comes usually with 2 things. And in my opinion, as researchers, usually have to focus on 2 things if we want to reduce such kind of hazard: educations of the community and the policy. Restricted policy and education, I think, will help them to sort. Otherwise, technology by itself is not enough without educations. And even if we don't have restricted rules and regulations, I don't think can implement even these technologies. I can thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jassim. Thank you so much. Dear panelists, colleagues, for the time limitation in 2 minutes, I would like to close this session and thank you for being with us. El-Hima is not just a traditional way of protection, is more than that. It's a community-based management. It's supporting the economic, it's a world heritage, it's the community at the center of the initiative. Really, I would like to thank all the panelists, and we will continue work with the Arab League and the countries to support this initiative and extended the concept to other region. Thank you so much.
Again لك again لك We'll just give it a couple of minutes, then see if anyone else comes. I know some people are going to come late because they got other things on, but looks like we're going to be quite a small group. So maybe people would like to come forward, or as you like. I know. I can't see it. Yeah. Oh, that would be great. Thank you. We have a Thank you, Bishop. Okay, let's start. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I think most people were here yesterday, so this is very much a similar format. We're throwing ideas out, really looking for your feedback. I've got my notebook on the table, and I'm just going to give a very brief introduction about why we're doing it, and then over to you. Madhu, do you want to introduce us?
Dan. Hi, everyone, and it's great to see some interest in grassland conservation. So WCPA has been interested for a while in how we organize ourselves for grasslands and grassland protection. And we used to have a specialist group, a community of practice on grassland conservation a few years ago, and then that sort of became dormant. But the reason it's important, I feel, is, I think many of you follow the Global Biodiversity Framework. And, I think it's becoming pretty obvious that while countries are going to reach the 30%, there is not enough attention paid to the qualitative elements of critical ecosystems being protected. And I think grasslands is one of those critical ecosystems that we want to shine a light on for protection and sustainable stewardship. So WCPA is really interested to understand what should be our role. How do we create a community of practice around grassland conservation? And how can we help draw attention to this urgent need globally to protect some of the last remaining grasslands we have? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Madhu. And I know you're going to have to go at some stage, but thanks for coming. So as Madhu said, we used to have a specialist group. Actually, it was chaired from Mongolia. It was chaired by Madhu's old colleague, Kirk Olsen, Wildlife Conservation Society, but it's been gone for some time. And we've talked about whether we should have a specialist group, but because the WWF does a sort of monthly platform for grassland people, which many people join, not just WWF, but also different NGOs, academics, CGIAR groups, ILRI joins and ICRAF, and sometimes UNCCD is represented. So we thought, well, that's actually doing some of what a specialist group would do in terms of bouncing around ideas. So rather than duplicate that and set up in competition to that, we haven't got a specialist group, but we also know that it's an increasing area of interest and that we need to brainstorm a few ideas, particularly with the World Parks Congress coming up, particularly with the fact that the CBD in Yerevan is meeting in a couple of months' time. CBD traditionally hasn't looked at grasslands, tended to ignore grasslands. UNCCD has filled some of that gap, which is very welcome. But the UNCCD's emphasis is not particularly on biodiversity. So I think you can tell here, there hasn't been a lot of focus on biodiversity here. It's mainly been on rights and on environment, which is what the convention is aimed at. So I just did a very quick sort of brainstorming about some of the things we could think about, but really the aim of the next hour or however long it takes, we don't have to take an hour, is to throw around ideas among the people in this room and see if we've got them. So the kind of things, yesterday we were talking about avoiding afforestation of valuable grasslands. Some of you were there. That's ongoing. That's going to be a technical report from WCPA, and it'll probably also be a published paper. We talked quite a lot about whether we need good practice guidelines on grassland management in protected areas. It's a real gap. And I see around the world, what I see is quite a lot of mismanagement of grassland in protected areas, or very simplistic use of livestock in places where they're not really, they wouldn't be naturally, and just a misunderstanding. So good practice guidelines is one, but it's a lot of work. Most of the good practice guidelines take 2 or 3 years to put together. So it's a big step. Fiona Flintan from ILRI, the International Livestock Research Institute, asked me to bring this up. This is what she's promoting here. I think she's made a very, very good case that grasslands, maybe more than any other biome, are being impacted by invasive species, really to a catastrophic extent in many places, and the problems are extended very quickly. So, should we look at protected areas as refuges for invasive species? I spent weeks, months of my life taking non-native trees out of protected areas in Britain, and the one I worked in now is a lovely native oak forest. Trees are a bit easier to identify than individual grass species. So could we even do that? Would we be looking at protected areas as refuges? Defending grassland protected areas, I think this is the point Madhu's been making, that protected areas are being blamed quite a lot, including here, for degradation of rangelands in general. People are saying, no, it's because we've created national parks. We've now got a problem with overgrazing. We think that's a real simplification. WCPA is not a campaigning organization, but should we be engaging in some way in that issue? Should we be looking at it? Conversely, should we be supporting sustainable pastoralism? Some of the best pastoralist groups in the world now are within protected areas, and they're their strategies, their lifestyles are accommodated within the management, particularly in Category 5. See that in Europe, see it in several places in Africa. The conservancies in Namibia, in Tanzania and Kenya are quite good examples. Or should we be rewilding? You know, where does that fit in? And so they're just some initial ideas. This is going to help with the microphone. Really, it's over to you now. I'll, as usual, take notes and let's get a discussion going. And if no one says anything, I'll call on people. Anyone want to start? Carl.
Yes, hello, I'm Carlo from the Global Rewilding Alliance. We got a few members here, actually, you know, I mean, like Altendala and American Prairie. But I just wanted to say one of our members is Sahara Conservation, and they work primarily in Chad. And they have actually set up, you know, they reintroduced the oryx, and then they set up a real interesting program that resulted in a great cooperation with the pastoral tribes and in a protected area that's actually pretty large. I think like 100,000 square kilometers or something like that. The Chad has 1.3 million square kilometers, so it fits in. And we have been discussing with them sort of to go more on larger scale, because when you look at the Sahel and Northern Africa, you probably find dozens of different types of plants, yeah? Regional plants, local plants, species plants, and so on. So our attempt is with the Sahara Conservation to develop a plan that goes across the Sahel zone and includes sort of Northern Africa. And they are working with a very good network of local people. So the idea would also be to empower, you know, I mean, like the people living there, you know, also the experts, the academia. So that's not only white people coming in and doing the job, yeah. And I think, you know, that would be kind of an interesting area where I thought when you mentioned that, you know, that might be something where we could actually also partner with WWF or with IUCN on that, because the project aim is very, very large, but I think there is quite a potential for protected areas in this entire sort of Sahel zone. Thank you.
Anyone else? Joe.
Joe White, Kew Gardens. I think a few discussions we've been having over the last week or so, and reflect some of our work in Madagascar recently is trying to get grasslands on an equal footing in terms of those 30 by 30 targets. That a lot of countries appear to be going for 30%, but that's not necessarily ecologically representative. And trying to really push that and keep grasslands as one of the factors that sit within that 30%. I think too often that big number gets seen as one number across a country, and that ecological representativeness of grasslands and the complementarity of biodiversity they might have. Madagascar is an interesting example in that there's such extraordinary forest biodiversity which needs to be protected, but there's still equally really unique it's lower biodiversity than the forests, so it doesn't sit as the same priority. However, as you've seen the numbers, 60% of the country is covered by grassland. Half of those or more are endemic. It needs a similar level of protection. So trying to really just push the stated targets already that are there in the GBF, I think would go a long way.
No, that's a great idea. I mean, maybe that's the sort of thing we could talk to World Conservation Monitoring Center to add in a biome analysis into their Protected Planet report, and then, you know, which they're going to do for the World Parks Congress. So they're actually starting the analysis this November, and then have a breakdown and really push on the biomes that have been ignored. It's probably grasslands will be one of them for sure. And then there'll be some of the wet grasslands, in particular temperate grasslands. What about the idea of WCPA pushing back a bit against the idea that protected areas are generally negative for grasslands? Is this the kind of thing we should be doing? I don't know if you want to say something about this matter, or whether you're going to be politically careful.
Yeah, no, I think it's not. I mean, WCPA is a technical commission, and our mandate is technical guidance and policy advocacy. But it is somewhat concerning that protected areas have got a bad rap in the whole grassland world. And it's because, protected areas are somewhat misunderstood to think they're strictly protected, that you're keeping people away, versus recognizing that we have several categories of protected areas that allows community stewardship of protected areas. So it's maybe a sense of just creating awareness about it.
Can I ask another question? I mean, along the lines, I'm just thinking now, a lot of our challenge in Madagascar is that there's a lot of grasslands in our protected areas. They're just not part of their PA management plans. They're just not part of their priorities. So do we have to start with more grassland protected areas? Can't we just actually start recognizing that, pushing that actually in the PA plans or management of those protected areas, we should be having grassland specific targets and objectives. And once you start doing that, then you might start looking for other areas because you then recognize that value. I just worry pushing for grassland protected areas in a place like Madagascar is still a long way. And I often think a lot of our other protected areas, OECMs, are probably better for grasslands, given that they are these sort of living landscapes. And I worry when we talk about protected areas, often our partners, they think strict protected areas, and that might come back to that same challenge of more concern because you're inherently, it's difficult to manage people in some of these landscapes.
So that sort of plays a bit to, whether we do a guide or whether we push it in different ways, but actually I agree. I mean, we had a similar kind of debate. We were working on river dolphins, a few management standards for river dolphins. And part of the problem is that certainly in the Amazon, there's sort of bit of river goes through a big protected area, and the managers don't even know the river dolphins are there. They're not, because they're terrestrial guys, so they don't look. I think what you're saying resonates. Many managers are just going to not thinking about the grassland. So that's something.
I'm going to leave, but I just wanted to say that we have a great opportunity next year at the World Parks Congress, where big commitments will be made, big initiatives will be announced by governments, by donors, by conservation partners. And with all of you as this community of, in this world of grassland conservation, you want to think about what is the outcome you want to see from the World Parks Congress that would set the agenda for grassland conservation for the following decade. What's needed to move the needle on conservation of grasslands? Because that would be a great opportunity to you have a year to plan towards that. So that's one thing I want to leave. The second is, I think I might have told Michelle, we are going to have a call for pavilions for the Congress. And if we really want to draw attention to this realm of conservation, I would suggest you perhaps get together as a partnership and pitch for a pavilion. And then you've got the programming flexibility to program all around grassland conservation in that pavilion. You can bring in governments, you can bring in partners. So I just wanted to leave you with that. Thank you for your time.
Michelle.
Maybe we need to think about a staging approach here. If we're aiming towards the Parks Congress, if we can get the headline stats that we need from WCMC on existing grassland protected and conserved areas, do that analysis by biome and use that as a way to precipitate a call for the need for more protection of grassland areas. But I think not just the protected areas, but to think about the connectivity between protected areas. I think in Europe, the grasslands, often species-rich grasslands, are so tiny. They're the size of pocket handkerchiefs. 30 by 30 is really unrealistic. So what you want to do is to really connect all those tiny pocket handkerchiefs with landscape that might not be species-rich, but will enable connectivity in that landscape. And then the flip side of that in Kazakhstan is, I don't know how many Britons will fit within Kazakhstan, but the grassland systems there are absolutely vast. And I think what we have there is a brilliant opportunity to retain the functional sort of ecosystem there and promote that. And we already spoke with Madhu perhaps about initiating that at the Congress as well. So really reinstating the role of native species in the management of these vast grasslands would be really quite an exciting parallel to the protection element. Thanks.
Thanks, Michelle. Spot on. What about protected areas as refuges for invasive species? Is that realistic? Has anyone got any? I mean, I go to protected areas in a lot of countries and look at any temperate country now and look, and there's European species there. I go to Yellowstone last year. I was amazed how many species that grow in my garden were there. So, you know, can we even think, or is it a case of looking at the most damaging ones? Can we do anything? Is that a role for protected areas?
What exactly would we be advocating for there? I mean, because I mean,
I'm not sure.
It should be part of the PA management plan, would remove invasive species. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that would be part of it. I mean, for you could do it for the really, you know, the really obvious ones. I mean, I think it's already happening in parts of South Africa. They're pulling out the invasive species and getting a more. I mean, it's fairly easy for shrubs. It gets much more difficult for individual grasses. But I understand, and this is where my ignorance is at a high level. But I think management of fire, management of other things can encourage native species, and whether this, which is now going to be very difficult across the whole landscape, but could we?
That's a classic invasive all over the world.
Yeah.
Same species on top of mountains in Africa, mountains in Wales, same species. Fire comes in, bracken comes in,
Yep.
grasslands go.
Yep, Nika Plateau. I've seen it there. I've seen it behind my house. Actually, if you cut it for 3 years running, 3 times a year, it starts to go. I've done it. It's very hard.
I mean, the thing in Madagascar, often some of the protected areas we work with, they know where they have invasive species because they only look at the forest and they consider all their grassland degraded. So they're for their perspective, they haven't got as invasive species in the forest, but actually their grasslands are just full of lantanas and all sorts of stuff, which is part of the problem because that increases the fire damage towards the edges of the forest. But if you ask them, do they have invasive species problem, they wouldn't say yes. So I like the idea of it, but I just worry that I can't quite see how we'd articulate it.
But maybe one of the first things is to actually then, we're talking about a level of public education or protected area management education on grassland invasives. In the same way we've had to do with freshwater invasives in Europe, which were ignored for a long time.
Well, that's just a quick thought. I mean, on carrying on that theme, you could turn it into a livelihood and get the livelihood, make removal of invasive species a livelihood option as part of a management plan, and engage the local community to clean it up or get rid of them, and you pay them, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it. I'm sure you've done it. Danny, what about a rewilding issue here? Is this something that you look at in American prairie, the quality of the prairie you're doing, invasive species, stuff like that?
Invasive species isn't necessarily my area of focus, and so I don't know, I struggle with something productive to say here, but yes, I do think rewilding, it deserves a place here, but I think it should be built out a little bit more than just rewilding, which is to say that, not to say that rewilding is not important, but I think that requires more. If we're just talking about rewilding, I think a lot of times that just gets reduced to species reintroduction. And I think what a lot of us here are working on is the idea of like critical abundance or meaningful densities of wildlife to actually drive these ecological processes, like that being the cornerstone of restoration, particularly in grasslands. And with a focus on the world, you know, protected areas, I think grasslands serve an interest, but may need their own model of what a park is, what a protected area is that's different from a national park or a forest park or a marine park, which is to say that you can do rewilding or maximum wildlife density for ecological restoration within the park. But if that's not extending into the buffer zones or the areas around your protected area, then you're not leveraging the real value of the conservation of grasslands. And using the US as a model, right? Like rewilding, restoring abundance in a core is great. And you can count those acres ideally towards a 30 by 30 goal or something like that. But the wildlife are a public trust that don't stay within your protected area and migrate into your working lands around that. Now, if you can get that wildlife in significant densities outside of your park, now you can restore ecological functionality at scale far beyond a protected area if you can find a way to make that compatible in a coexistence landscape as a buffer. And I think that buffer zone outside of your park as traditionally defined is really the value that grasslands conservation can play towards these global frameworks.
So from a WCPA perspective, that might be something we've talked about for a long time, which is starting thinking more about buffer zones and advice on management of buffer zones. Terence, you're right at the back, you don't have to come forward.
So I work with UNDP now, but I used to work in the UNESCO World Heritage Center. And at one point, there was an analysis of the most underrepresented biomes and ecosystems on the World Heritage List, and steppe ecosystems were, I think, the bottom. They were virtually not included. So one potential piece of work for WCPA would be to look at our OUV, Founding Universal Value for grassland ecosystems, to rectify some of the problems on the World Heritage List. And just to give one example, in 2017, when China submitted the Qinghai Plateau for World Heritage listing, IUCN was very clear that the grassland values had both the biological but the cultural values of the pastoralists who live on that landscape, and they were meant there wouldn't be displacement and all of those things. So this interaction of nature and culture for grasslands and how the World Heritage List could actually advance some of those things might be a WCPA piece of work in relation to some of those other things as well.
Thanks, very good point. Adam.
Just thinking, so this is not my realm at all. How does the Congress actually recommend in terms of monitoring protected areas? Because I was thinking if we are going down Danny's line of thought and we want to be rewilding or we want more grasslands, then we need to reorientate around process and function. And that's the only real way you can assess whether a grassland is managed, because they're disturbance-driven systems. So then maybe there needs to be a technical note or something to operationalize how we might actually go about measuring process. Because without doing that, it's going to be really hard to measure whether you have a fully functioning or healthy rangelands in many cases. And without that, it makes it hard to understand where people are fitting in. Are they drivers of the system to support it, or are they leading to degradation in that system? If we can define that process, it will make us much easier to define the role of people and wildlife in that, I think.
So by process, a technical note, what would that encompass?
Yeah, I don't have the answers for that, but maybe coming up with a set of indicators that we think are a good way of measuring, say, grassland health or indicators. One might be around, for example, I still think fire is a poorly understood driver in many protected areas. We often think from a forest-centric lens and think it's negative, but in grasslands, it's a key driving force. And it's not just about fire or no fire, it's about the right amount of fire. Frequency, no, not even frequency. It's the timing of the year of fire, time since fires, heterogeneous fires. I would disagree, but it's not just intensity. The whole fire regime is what matters when you're trying to look at that. So I guess that would be one indicator, I would say, if we wanted to assess, especially for tropical grasslands. But I don't know, there might be better ones for temperate grasslands. And then that fits into about thinking around mobility and all the rest. It would be on us then to think of what those indicators would be, and maybe to set them apart from ones which we would use traditionally in more forest-centric or forest-protected areas.
Anyone else? Ghana, do you want to say anything? Or anyone go? What about the idea of sustainable pastoralism? Should that be something within that we work on actively? We're looking, I mean, given that, WCPA, it's not many of the members are people who go out and do stuff, but as a commission, it has no money. It's entirely voluntary. So it's really looking at advice and pulling together experts. But, it would be quite an interesting exercise to work with particularly some of the other IUCN commissions like CESP, and bring together people who are passionate pastoralist defenders and then people who are grassland experts, and see if there's, you know, what the middle ground is. Is that something we should be thinking about? Again, you know, noting the point from Maddie that we've got a real opportunity in a year's time to highlight that. And I do like the idea of a grassland pavilion, by the way. I think that'd be really good. Yes. Yeah, let's do it. All right. Hang on, you got an issue.
Well, sustainable pastoralism is what is sort of my understanding of grassland. I'm not a botanist. My understanding of grassland is it's an anthropogenic sort of environment. It's been created, or a lot of them are anyway, and especially in the rangeland context. So sustainable pastoralism, the two go hand in hand together. I mean, you know, pastoralists need rangelands and rangelands need pastoralists, if you see what I mean. And so I think they're intrinsically linked anyway. And if the word sustainable or responsible would therefore have implications of certain levels of management and biodiversity and threatened and rare endangered species, and that symbiotic dynamic equilibrium with sustainable pastoralism. So yes is the answer.
Okay, so we've got so far we've got added to that list. As far as I can see, we've got something more on connectivity. We've got because some good ideas about pulling in, you know, maybe WCPA acting as a umbrella for a number of organizations that are looking at use of protected areas to defend grasslands. More of a push on grasslands in 30 by 30. Sort of working in maybe a grassland pavilion, which would be good in Panama, and then using a sort of staged approach over the next year, building up to that, starting with an analysis by WCMC, making the case, and then building on that. Something more about connectivity, particularly in areas where we don't have any big areas left, but also the opportunity to really look at how in some countries really we still have the opportunity to look on a very large scale. Something about invasive species, and we didn't really come to a conclusion on that, but it was a little bit about using, well, an educational role about invasive species in grasslands, because many protected area managers may be missing that, but also, you know, maybe some advice, maybe some guidelines, maybe some effort to remove invasive species. Something on buffer zones, the importance of steppe ecosystems, and then monitoring processes. Anything else here, Carl?
I think it would be good to define what we mean with sustainable pastoralism, you know, because that word, you know, can mean all and everything. Right here, you know, I have the feeling it means sort of the soil should be okay so that the grass grows and feeds the cows. But when we talk about ecosystem, we talk about functionality. So in the context of functionality, the word sustainable must be defined. And I think now that would be actually a great task for IUCN, you know, because there are a lot of examples where it's truly sustainable pastoralism, and there are a lot of examples where they call sustainable pastoralism which isn't sustainable at all.
Totally agree. Danny, please.
I would even take this a step farther, and I don't mean to sound disparaging, but I almost think we could take the concept of pastoralism, strictly speaking, out of this and make it more broad. I mean, I think a protected area in a grasslands has to fundamentally reconcile with the fact that grasslands are home for Homo sapiens, and I think our grassland ecology needs to be inclusive of that. Pastoralism is certainly part of that, but so is anthropogenic fire regimes, right? Certainly in North America, we know that this is a critical part of the ecosystem that's essentially been lost, but those fires weren't natural. They were anthropogenic in many cases. In North America, the idea of indigenous pastoralism is muddied by the fact that you have indigenous peoples chasing wild bison. That is a kind of pastoralism in terms of like behavioral interactions between Homo sapiens and bison. And I think there's almost a gradient between that and domestic livestock. And so I I would advocate very strongly that pastoralism is the wrong place to focus on here. We should be thinking about people and human life ways in the grasslands and in a way that's inclusive of pastoralism, but not limiting it to pastoralism. I feel like that's just too reductive if we want to be truly inclusive of people in our grasslands protected areas.
That's a very good point. And you made the point, I think, during the time we were developing the position paper, that the focus was on pastoralism, in part because we have IYRP, but in most of the world, or in a lot of the world now, it's ranching and very different uses. I strongly support that. So I also hear from that, maybe we should be, I mean, one of the, Linda Kruger couldn't come, but she was saying, should we, from the Nature Conservancy, should we be bringing some of the ideas here about rangelands through to the World Parks Congress? Should we be building on some of the groups, the stuff that UNCCD is doing on sustainable rangelands, or should we be keeping it separate? Bring it in.
Could we do some of that by maybe reorientating away from sustainability and rather to resilience, which is kind of what, I mean, we use the term sustainability here a lot, but often I feel they're talking more about the resilience of these sort of systems. And that will then skirt past the worry about what is anthropogenic and what's not anthropogenic, and rather how do we manage these systems for actually a changing future, so to speak. And in many ways, grasslands are good indicators of where that change will come, because if you're poorly managed, they can be the bigger driver of degradation, thinking about fires that can be too hot and too frequent, or they can be very, very vulnerable. So I don't know, maybe thinking around resilience of those systems, and that will bring in some of the UNCCD thinking, which I often hear resilience, but sustainability is still much more prolific here.
I think the fencing is not really mentioned here. Some protected areas are fenced, right? And then in Mongolia, for example, protected areas are not fenced, and the herders also share the same rangeland system with wildlife and the coexistence. I'm wondering how the fencing is considered in IUCN grassland work, I would say.
Very good point. We've never done any guidance on that at all, but it is a big deal. I mean, in some places people are spending a lot of time taking the fences out, which is great. In other places, they're putting them in. And maybe we should have a policy on that.
I was just going to say, I'm thinking both in here where when we spoke to a lot of people, they thought the solution was more fences, but even thinking back to Kruger and South Africa with their big mega living landscapes, and they want to remove fences. There maybe is quite a strong thing to think around fences and their management in open ecosystems.
Might well be. Maybe when they're justified and when they're not. I can understand that Nairobi National Park now needs to be fenced, even though I think it's a real pity, because you used to see cheetahs coming in and out, and you don't see that anymore, but you've also got a huge population around there. So maybe there's some guidance of when and where. Michelle, please.
Yeah, just a quick point on that. Not forgetting that CMS, the Convention on Migratory Species, has launched its own pastoralism working group to ensure that there is free movement of species across their ranges and migratory pathways. So there might be ways to create synergy with the results of that group and feed into that. I think definitely building on what's come out here rather than trying to reinvent things from scratch is going to be really important.
Yeah, totally. I mean, a long time ago, WWF IUCN and the university, well, the Polytechnic in Lausanne collaborated on a project looking at forest quality, and we broke down quality into authenticity, health, social benefits, and pattern, I think. I mean, I can't remember what we did. And then got stakeholders to sit down and identify the indicators of what they thought was really important on a landscape scale. So something like that for grassland would be, I've tried to get various people enthused about it, and they always glaze over, but I think the idea of looking at quality and recognizing that everyone has different understanding of quality is quite important. You know, a herder may have a different understanding of what a good quality grassland is from Adam as a botanist or from Julian as a zoologist or whatever, but they're all valid, but we need to find some way of balancing them. And that, you know, maybe a stronger discussion about indicators with different stakeholders might be useful. But for those who've just come in, we're sort of throwing around ideas at the moment. We're looking for ideas.
I was just going to say that I like the idea of a grassland quality sort of thing, mainly because I think it'll get to that issue of restoration, because there's so much about restoring and so much listening here. It's mostly about restoring for productivity, which, you know, you can do that without worrying about biodiversity's reality. So I think quality might help to get to that restoration problem.
Yeah, and maybe just to piggyback on that, I mean, a number of us have been working on a framework around just this, with the idea of being like, I think functionality has to be our goal more than a specific composition or something like that. And maybe that actually ties together the different facets that you're talking about, Nigel, right? Like whether it's productivity for a pastoralist or biodiversity for a restorationist or a conservationist or something, if the system's functioning, I mean, if it has a fire regime that's functional, if it has large-scale heterogeneous grazing, if migratory pathways are preserved, if whatever riparian systems are managed and self-willed in a way that doesn't lead, like if these ecological processes are emergent, then we can say that it's healthy. That's your quality right there, and that could serve the interests of a pastoralist and a restorationist and a tourist all at the same time, without having to say, well, this is the specific composition that's necessary to earn the check mark.
Thank you.
Just one other point that just occurred to me, and again, it comes down to the sort of practical reality on the ground. Understanding all these functional indicators and everything is brilliant, and we need it. But when I started out on grassland conservation in Indonesia, everybody that I worked with in the protected area network system, even in grasslands, had degrees from Wageningen University on tropical forestry, and they were put into positions where they had to manage grasslands and hadn't really got any idea. I wonder whether there's something in here of exploring the balance between courses that actually really do educate people in grassland ecology to manage the world's grasslands. Is that balanced with how many people get to understand tropical forest ecology, for instance, or even woodland ecology? So that might be something to explore that we could think about for the Parks Congress.
I like that idea very much, actually. I mean, one of the things that, Carl, in a minute, one of the things that IUCN in Africa has done is a series of MOOCs, massive online courses. I mean, some of you will know them. I've actually recorded some of them myself, and they're used by tens of thousands of people in Africa, and they're a bit clunky. They're not, you know, they're a little bit amateurish. Certainly the one that I did, you know, we're not professional presenters, but the information's out there and used. So something on grassland might be very, very useful. Carl.
Yeah, I'm actually always amazed, you know, that the debate is very strongly burdened by a lot of prejudices, you know, that originate probably, you know, they all have their truth somewhere, you know, and that is sort of that conservationists tend to look at the pastoralists as just purely destructive kind of herders. And on the other side, pastoralists look at conservationists as they want to fence everything in and kick us out. There's probably some truth in both of that, but I think, you know, we have to overcome these kinds of prejudices and come to a kind of a common ground. And I think there's also the reason why many of us are here, you know, that we want to actually introduce into this debate the aspect of nature, whatever you call it, you know, I mean, of everybody else who makes up a living system besides humans. And I think, you know, when we go back from here, we will have a debrief and we will think, where do we go on from here? Because clearly it's a long way to go until we can have successfully introduced this kind of thinking into this community. And I think, you know, the WCPA and the IUCN could actually play an essential role as a next firm step in order to move that forward, in order to sort of highlight rangelands, yeah, as a biome, but also sort of make everybody understand that it requires a coexistence between nature, herders, and in the end, probably also agriculture. And maybe just one last point, you know, pastoralism is I mean, there is natural diversity and there's human diversity. And, I always see pastoralism as a human diversity, with languages, with cultures, with tribes, and that's absolutely equally worth preserving.
All great points, yes. Anyone else, particularly people who haven't spoken yet, want to throw in? Well, if I don't know you, let me know your address and we'll be writing this up. We'll circulate it. We'll put something in the WCPA newsletter. So this won't be wasted. I've got lots of scruffy notes, but anyone else want to pitch in at this stage, particularly on these or the new ideas that have come through? The fact that Madhu's here is really good because it means she's very committed to grassland. She's excited about it. So as chair, she can push it forward. And as I say, with the World Parks Congress coming up, where we'll be focusing, we're doing a stock taking process for World Parks Congress with reports on many key issues. Some of you are involved in them already. We're going to do one on grasslands. Fiona Flintan is involved, who did the rangeland mapping. So we've got really good data. We'll be looking at a number of different issues under that. So there's going to be a focus. Anyone else? We've had 3/4 of an hour. So if we run out, we can give you some fresh time for a walk and a coffee, or we can carry on talking. Anyone else want to make any points? Or are we talked out? Okay, I think I'm going to say thanks very much indeed. This has been a good session. I have noted everything down. We'll be reporting back. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, that makes it more. Scindesin sempre sul trivelo fombora con il sudore. Gil, o il che segni giusto, bava emmele voda. Tori sutende, non quel spatto stan, mongo da con vodo vedete. And you oh, what doesn't say I don't the climate feels like we're going for a holding your tongue. Each member being up somebody outside that. What's up? Bidung power anything much in a door. Tagging power, Fulton Doctor, Sam had them shoot this. Owing Fulton Doctor, a key from the we got someone to in a different side.
Sindesin sindesin, and from what of things today. Don't kill, or wait with kissing, which wants sing by I'm gonna go over there. Please something day, which battles done, Mongo that don't go it. I'm king of the king of the and you understand what does you say I don't understand. The climate change, you start the going to rest. Holding your tongue, each member of us. Somebody go, the outside last. Bidung bawa ay kagigishigado. Second kanta, o jenda pra, saka hatam shukuris. Oy, o kanyang sasla, aking sumuro, irasang. Oy, at sambal to, aking adekan saruta.
Nick Koyur. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. But of course, meantime, you can have some coffee, tea, soft drinks, and there are some snacks. It's available for you guys. So thank you very much for the IUCN giving the opportunities to use your pavilion to introduce what we are doing in Mongolia, especially for the Przewalski's horses. So there are, our colleagues are here, and we can start now. Exactly. It's time. So we have a 1 hour. So there are 4 presentations about our projects in Mongolia. And after that, I will invite our colleagues, and there will be rest of the time for the question and answers. So feel free to ask any questions. So I will start with the hostile, because at the moment we have free areas reintroducing the Przewalski's horses. Now you can look at our map, and Hosta National Park and Great Gobi Bee, we started in 1992, bringing the horses. So at the moment we have 354 in Hostai and 310, correct? In Great Gobi Bee, strictly protected area. In Homintal, they started their introduction in 2004, and you have now 160 horses. So altogether we have 820 of them. So biggest population in the world. Because researchers says probably there are 2,500 Przewalski's horses all over the world. So now I'm a little bit going back. By the way, my name is Tashpura Tsirindeleg. I'm a director of the Hosta National Park. So now you can see the protected area map. Nearly 21% is taken as protected land. So we should expand another 9% in 3 years' time. Hopefully we will going to manage it, because we will going to add 5th category, locally protected area. So we will be there on time. So Hosta is the smallest national park, almost. We are only 50,600 hectares, but other national parks, mostly they're very big. But even such small area, we can represent different ecosystems, but mostly the mountain steppe, and we have a sand dune area. And of course, you can see that green patch, that's our forest, mostly the birch and poplar tree. So Hosta Noru means mountain range with the birch forest. Also, we have a river Tol. It flows in southern part of our national park. Around 15 kilometers is under protection. Also, you can observe the river ecosystem there. The plant-wise, we have 500 species of the plants are growing. And in Mongolia, we have 132 mammals species. Out of that, 56 you can observe in Hostai. So even such a small area, it's a very rich of the wildlife. Also birds, nearly 500 birds in Mongolia registered. Out of that, 223 you may observe. So rich of the wildlife, of course, lots of bird of prey we have. So Hosta is not all about wildlife. Also, we have this unique archaeological sites. So the biggest one is Ungut grave site. It's a 5th to 7th century. You may observe that human-shaped stones, 32 in the same spot. So this is the highest number in one area in the world. Most of our IUCN friends visited, but and we had managed to watch that. But sometimes people have short time, probably no chance. Welcome, Madhu. And of course, the deer stone. It's a very classic Mongolian archaeological heritage. It's nearly 4,000 years old. You may observe that clear pattern how we draw the red deer in this rock. It's quite tall, taller than me. And of course, ancient graves, rectangular. So we believe that one is the first Mongolian empire, Hun era, Hunnu. So it belongs to them. Now, talking about the horses. Many of you know this animal, right? It's the last remaining wild horse in the world. There are 7 equids left, 3 species of zebras, 3 species of the wild asses. They are more closer to the donkeys, but this one is very close to the domestic horse. Genetically, they have 66 chromosomes, but domestic has only 64. They have 2 more, and their mane never grows. It's short and direct, and very common this yellowish color, and their mouth part is always this white. So you can easily recognize this is the wild horse, not the domestic one. So unfortunately, it's extinct. But before that, early last century, there was 88 foals was captured and transported to Europe. Only 54 reached alive, and only 12 give birth. So we have a quite small gene pools, only 12 bloodlines. And it extinct since the late 60s of the last century. So then after lots of discussion, we decided only way to protect from the total extinction is to bring back to the nature. So the big efforts was started in the mid-70s. So together with the Dutch and Mongolian initiatives, NGO, we brought first 15 horses in Hoste National Park in 1992, in June 5th. Coincidentally, it's a World Environmental Day. And then we had a total 5 transport altogether, brought 84. Now we have 350 Przewalski's horses roaming freely in the Hoste. There is no fence, nothing. It's all wide land and divided into the 44 breeding harem. So they live like a harem. One stallion can have maybe up to 7 mares, maybe 2 or 3, or even 1. Still, we call them breeding harem. So they look now at the moment. The foals so white when they're born. So we have 88 mares gave birth this spring and summer, and only 17 mortalities so far. So if you compare in the wild, it's a very low number. So most mortality is actually done by the stepfathers, right? Because new stallion take the harem, they kill immediately the newborn foals because he knows that foal is not his. So now I'm a little bit talking about management because our colleague will talk more about later on. So it's all started with the NGO. First with the MACNI, first Mongolian environmental NGO, established in 1975, Mongolian Association Conservation for Nature and Environment. Together with the Dutch colleague, we started this and still continuing. And 2003, our founders, they established Hoste National Park Trust, especially responsible for the Hoste program. And ever since our start, we never received any financial support from the state because early 90s was difficult time, changed from socialism to democracy, free market system. Economy was just simply collapsed. There wasn't enough money for the nature. But somehow we started together with our colleagues in the GOBIB. And the Hoste is registered UNESCO's Man in Biosphere Reserve program in 2002. And we are very proud to become a member of the IUCN since 2007. And I think some of our colleagues, they strongly considering to become a member of the IUCN. So Mogi, you meet with Denisha and others to get some advices how to become the member of the IUCN, right? ITG is a member? Not yet? You should. So 5 main activities: conservation, research, development of the ecotourism and the buffer zone development. We have 45 full-time staff. So the biggest results, because there are no families living inside our national park with the livestock. That means the pasture quality is keep improving. And the result is the number of the wildlife is keep increasing. The notable the marmot and the red deer. And of course, we have some unique things happening because Mongolian gazelle, Argali wild sheep, they just crossing sometimes, but now we have a permanent population like Argali wild sheep, 150 of them. Mongolian gazelle, their number reached 700. We didn't organize any special activities to bring them. It just happened naturally because thanks to the good research and the protection, we established a safe surrounding for them. Now you can see some photos of them. And if you come in the winter time, you will see them like a little bit differently, more majestic. Don't be afraid about the coldness. I keep repeating, it's not that cold, only -40. But you will survive. They did. So Hostes became one of the successful parks in the Mongolia. Because the reach of the wildlife, we are introducing red deer and the Mongolian marmot to different locations. Because some of the area, this species already disappeared. So Hostes became very important environmental hub. Only last year, we reintroduced more than 500 marmots, 10 different locations. This year, we did 400 of them. So research, long-term monitoring, contract research. So these 5 subjects we keep monitoring every year since 1992. So we have lots of data and still keep continue for these 5. And of course, researchers come and do their field practical work for the master's or PhD. So still we are doing this. And here's some our research-related photos, the color in the Mongolian gazelle, gray wolves. Because still these gray wolves are not well studied about their seasonal movement, everything. Because they poach it easily. So it's very difficult to collect the permanent data out of that. Now I'm a little bit talking about the finance. Maybe you wondering how we finance by ourselves. So it's thanks to the tourism activity. We have our own camp that belongs to our park. So we established some gears and deluxe gears even. So open all year round. So through the entrance fee and accommodation, we are making income to finance our activities. So it's more than $1 million we are gathering through it. It's around our 90% of our total income. And 120 tourists can stay overnight at the same time. And if you have time, please visit. So the number of the tourists keep increasing till the COVID. 18,600 arrived foreign visit. It dropped to 75. So bad times, no income, but somehow we survived thanks to the good management. Now the numbers are picking up again. And last year, more than 17,000 visits. Probably this year, it will reach 18,000. So we are almost reaching the pre-COVID times. Now about the buffer zone, very briefly, because buffer zone, every protected area has it. Because idea is like if local people are protecting and using their natural resources in sustainable ways, protected area should be much more protected, right? So we are organized communities and teaching and training them to get different income resources to improve their livelihood, agriculture, community-based tourism, even the greenhouses they have, planting their fruits and making their own products we are promoting to the market, the felt, handicrafts, everything. And also we've given the soft loan program, much lower interest rate than a bank, to support every ideas except one, to increase the livestock. Because the biggest problem in Mongolia at the moment is not climate change. It's just simply too many livestock, many more times than a carrying capacity. Even Dutch cheese we are making. So all these are thanks to these projects supported by a Dutch government. First 3 was for the host day. The last 2 was for the buffer zone. And since 2012, no project support, we are running by itself. So we are very proud of it. And of course, nice things I talk, but we have problems. Because of the pasture conditions so bad in the buffer zone, many livestock keep entering, especially the winter time. We have to chase them out to make a space for the wildlife. And the poaching, the marmot, it's a traditionally very favorite meal for Mongolians for centuries. But it's a disappearing lot. So government banned no hunting last more than 20 years. But the still numbers are not recovering that well because of the still big number of the marmots are hunted. And gray wolf during the winter time and illegal deer hunters are coming, disturbing our wildlife. Sometimes these tourists come because we have a very strict rules. No camping, no picnicking, no off-road driving. It's strictly forbidden. But still someone doing this. We have nice building now. So now I'll just skip a little bit. So very proud of our ranger team. We have 12 of them. We should have only 1 or 2 in our park. According to the state normatives, 1 ranger should be responsible for 40,000 hectares in Step Mountain. But how it's possible with only 1 or 2? Because thanks to these guys' tireless work, we are reaching today's successes. I will just skip it. And some challenge we have, because our forest is drying now. So we started a restoration program this year and looking for some donors for this, because we cannot finance such big projects with our own income. So looking for opportunities during the COP17. Look, 1998, the forest was such big, but today it's such smaller. So it's a big problem we are having. And this is our restoration site, starting with the 13 hectares, and hopefully it will work. The pasture. You see difference between the protected pasture and the not protected. Okay, I talked too much. Thank you. And any questions, you can ask me and my colleagues after presentations. Okay, I want to invite Mr. Altensuch, the director of the Great Gobi Bee Strictly Protected Area, that he will going to present what he's doing in the Great Gobi Bee. Okay.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Altansuk. I am director of Great Gobi Bee. Okay, first I'm switching in Great Gobi Bee, then continue ITG President Raini about the talk to his ITG. Yeah. Okay, Great Gobi A and B established in 1975. Then 1991 is registered as the international network in this man of the biodiversity map. So Gobi Bee has is 1,800,000 hectares. So Gobi Bee has is 26 work staffs. Okay, because before is Director Dashpur also, he talked about this. This is network in protected areas. So at that, this red line is before 2019 is Gobi Bee has, well, responsibility to is 927 hectares. After 2019 is we extended the area. Now 1,800,000 hectares. So Gobi Bee has is 5 sources of the 2 different things, Gobi Alta and hot province. So now is 21% of the Mongolia is all protected areas. Since 1992 until now is 34 years, we reintroduction project Przewalski horses. So today, first we transported from to is 5 horses, we all together is until today, this all horses number is 308. So this is 1992 until 2026. This is all horses. This number of increasing of the decreasing this population dynamic. So international cooperation of the reintroduction of the Taki group, I think is this author is the continue about the ITG. ITG supporting to GOBB's management plan activities. Also, they're supporting to this patrol. Also researching this a lot of doing that they supported too. So professional medical and financial support that. So GOBB has this wildlife monitoring is every 2 months. Every or 6 times we have this wildlife monitoring doing. So GOBB has 6,000 colon. So 8,000 is goitrate gazelle. About this 300 the Vysotsky horses, then a lot of kind of species, these animals there. So this is Taki, this GOBB has 2 big houses there. This Taki and the Honeyloss, this population, Taki population there. Today there are this grazing across the area is 271.4 hectares. This accounts for is 70.7% of the total area, the strictly protected area GOBB. So this is, I told you 6 times, every 5 years is we are this point counting. So this is only this distribution range of this colon distribution there. So the last, this red line is before, this green line is before 2019, our protected GOBB lines. So this is home range of this colon. Then after that database, this is where extended area that this our data. So we have is 3 times this point counting. So 2010, this about this 5,000 colon. After 2015 is about 9,000 colon we counted there. So last this point count result is 2022. So this around this 5,224. So this is also this goitrate gazelle. So that seems like that is this this number of the 2010 is around this 5,000 goitrate gazelle we counted. 2015 is 13 million. So last 2022 is about 10,000 goitrate gazelle. This is our point count result. So spring researchers construct the solar panel power and these ways, because GOBB has is very extremely important to is this water systems here. So we already made this solar panel, 2 solar panel, also protected this all ways. So increasing and improving this wildlife and the points. This doesn't work. This little bit, this very short video, because the rangers they made is 3 point. How I done that? Because last year is we made this rangers they made that's water points there. So a lot of these wild animals they are drinking water. This argali, this wolf, this ibex. There's so many species the animals they are drinking water because the water is extremely important to this GOBB. So we use it to the solar panel, this camera. This is really important for us. Last year we used this 40 cameras, 40 different water points. This year again, we're more is 30. Now this GoBB has a 70 camera, we use it. So 1 month is 2 times. Every 2 weeks, there's all the rangers and the researchers, they check it, there's all the cameras. This is very important too. There's a lot of these animals, they are using that, there's all different water points there. So this is very important to this World Heritage. So World Heritage is this unique and this treasures. That is it intact or not? Has it truly been protected? This is extremely important. That's 3 questions. So we will 6th of September, this World Heritage team, they will work to his Great Gobi A and B and Small Gobi A and B. This is very important work for us. So this is very shortly, I will switching this introduce. Now this ITG President Reinhard Schnittrecht, he will speak for about the ITG. Thank you very much.
This is going like this. Just use this.
Well, thank you, Agi, for your words and giving me the floor now to introduce a few more things, adding a few more things to this presentation, to our activities that we are doing since many, many years, mostly in the Great Gobi Beat, but not only. So ITG, what do we want to do? You can read yourself. We are supporters, we are helpers. It's the Mongolian administrations, organizations, the ministries here in place that do the work. We come and help, and we do that since about 30 years already. We started out to help here in the 1990s, last century, to make it possible that the Tachi comes back home to Mongolia from the European and Australian zoological gardens, where they bred very well. But none were anymore present here in their homeland. So we helped to do that. But nowadays, we enlarge our activities. We're not only present in the Mongolian country, but also enlarged to Kazakhstan. One representative here in the room. We also help Kazakh in the Kazakh steppe to help that the Tachi comes back home. Just a little bit on this history. So it's ITG, the International Tachi Group, is an association after Swiss law. We're an NGO. But we combine in our NGO different partners, different zoological gardens from different countries. It goes to Japan. Japan that's helping us to giving funds as well. We do have an office, small team, present here in Ulaanbaatar. Our director is also present in the room, Batsukh. And we also have now a professional employee back in Europe that helps us to follow up on the projects professionally. Small team. But like I said, we've been active already since many, many years. And I don't have to tell that to you, but maybe it's good to remember what we do. It's not sprinters. It's not sprinting jobs. We are long runners. We have to go for decades to make it possible to get these animals back into our wildlife situations. I want to show this graph again, just to show you what can happen. You see the orange line, how the population as a total increased. We had in the first phase 89 horses transported from other places to Mongolia. And then we experienced this very bad winter, and we lost 2/3 of the free roaming wild population. And we had to then restart introducing. This can happen. This kind of habitat, this kind of climate is a seasonal situation. And in seasonal situations, mortality is part of the program. And we have to build up a population that the population can secure itself, can sustain such drawbacks, such zuts. We thought in these times, we should start reintroduction again. We should start transports again with the help of Parag Su, a member of ITG. We then started again, but nowadays we stopped. reintroduction projects, because bringing 4 or 8 animals compared to 60 to 70 birth foals does not help a lot. We now have to secure the populations that's here. And I want to, being here in the IUCN chamber, where science plays a very important role, we should also see that this population, this one and others, go through severe bottlenecks, genetic bottlenecks. They have gone that in history. They do still today. And we will now also foster scientific questions or scientific studies where we want to look at the genetic diversity present today. Which genetic lines present back home in Europe and other places in zoological gardens are present after so many years, 30 years of conservation work out there in the wild? Maybe just a few stallion lines. We have to look at that. And I tell you, in the future, we will together also talk about genetic population management, transfers between projects. I'm so glad we have different projects to conserve the tachi, the wild horse of Mongolia, because we should not put all the eggs in one basket. We need different baskets. We need to talk about each other, about these different baskets. The tachi for us, from the beginning on, was just an umbrella species. The tachi is worshipped in this culture in Mongolia, but there's many more. There's so many more. Altan Zug was telling us, you know, what's also present. Thousands of kulan, thousands of gazelle. There's snow leopards in the mountains, argali, ibex, wolf, lynx, manul, and many, many birds. We did a bird census to also see what kind of birds live here. There's rare birds out there in this beautiful steppe. So the tachi just helps to make the whole thing possible, but it's not the only aim that we have. We go for ecosystem conservancy. Research is a very important part that we have been fostering from the beginning on, not only with funding, but also with exchange of staff, of people. It is important to connect European universities with Mongolian universities to have young people grow into this kind of project. Altan Zug, I remember well, he was in his early 20s as a young student. Today he's director. Altan Zug, for me, this is a great joy to see in this position now. That's what you're talking about. We have to help not only with bringing horses in boxes, but also with exchange of knowledge, of partnerships with university. And of course, everything we do costs money. There we can also help. Research has also a very important part when it comes to talk to politics, to management institutions responsible for policies. I tell you, 2019, we were able together to double size this project, the size of the protected area. And we could only do that because we knew about the migration routes and the habitat used by the tachi. We go for socioeconomics projects. Maybe we don't have time today because that's a whole other story. But we want to also talk about the livelihoods and how we can improve them and how we can have sustainable numbers of livestock in the buffer zones. To finish off, 2 big projects that we are just at the moment doing. This is the plan that we help in developing of the new campus that will be built this and next year in Altai of Hoft. We need to get closer to Altai, where people live. Tachintal is far off. We need to find people, educated people that can stay in a place and work, that are interested in working. We have troubles at the moment to find experts that are willing to work out there in this remote place. This house, this campus will help to bring solutions. We will also then introduce an exhibition, a conference hall, and ecotourism guest rooms. And to finish off, I want to just say again, UNESCO World Heritage Site application that we've been working on for the last 2-3 years. Tomorrow afternoon, we will talk about that and another side event. Please be our guests. This is very important to connect 6 protected areas, 3 administrations in one big network of protected areas. And I think this, if it works out, this network of protected areas will probably be the biggest, if not one of the biggest protected network in the world. Thanks for giving me the floor shortly, and I'll get back to Burce.
Thanks, Raini. So I want to invite my colleague, Muhbat Serindorj. He will going to show what I do in Homental.
Thank you, Butcher. So my name is Mukbat. I'm director of National Park Homental, situated in the western part region of Mongolia. It's about 1,300 kilometers from Ulaanbaatar, and third place for the reintroduction of Przeworsk horses in Mongolia. So shortly, I'm gonna give you a short information about the program and the protected area management today. So the reintroduction program started actually no.
Oh, what's this?
Briefly, this story about the program and started in 1993 with the first 11 horses brought from different European zoos into French nature reserve in southern France. So local NGO, the French NGO, so-called Association pour les Chevaux de Przeworsk started this program. And in the meantime, we prepared the introduction site in Mongolia by choosing Homental with the help of international expert scientists early 2000. And then we decided to bring the horses in Homental and preparing the site as a local protected area first, and with 25,000 hectares and some 14,000 hectares are fully fenced for acclimatization. And 24, we brought the first 12 horses, later 25, 10 horses from France, transported to Homental, and later 2011, we brought 4 more horses from Prague Zoo, Czech Republic. And 2016, we established the NGO actually in 2014, so-called Homental Intact. The NGO handed over all the management responsibility from French Association. And 2020, we got the Homental into state protection as a Homental National Park. And 24, we signed the agreement with the central government to manage the protected area on behalf of the government. And 25, we got Homental into UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, and it's 12th biosphere in Mongolia now. And nowadays we have more than 160 horses roaming freely, but inside the fence. Well, then I would like to mention our founder of the program is a good man and conservation hero. He spent all his money starting this program early 90, and he bought the 400 hectares in France and brought the all horses from different zoos and prepared and transported all to Mongolia. And transportation made for at least 36 hours from France to Homental. And this is the picture what we have done with the air cargo plane and then smaller one and transported on land. Population dynamics shows this green line shows a gradual increase in the past 22 years, but I still have, some the genetic exchanges with other reintroduction sites to increase the breeding rate, the population rate. So Homental National Park started with, as I said, actually from buffer zone of neighboring national park in Harus Nor in the west, and then a local protected area and state, and then UNESCO MAB. Now we have 601,000 hectares. So it's a huge one, enough for the introduction. You can see this small green, small red
line in the center of the boundary of the protected area is our acclimatization fenced area for the horses. Under the name of this Przeworski horses, the biodiversity of the region is increasing dramatically. I would say, as Rainey and Puji mentioned, this Przeworski horse became umbrella species for all the sites. And now for example, this Saiga antelope seen first in 2010 in Homintal, now increasing gradually. So the home ranges, you can see the lighter one is a Mongolian gazelle, which is quite native species there, but now it's still home to the source population of Western Mongolian saiga since the railway structured around the 1950. Okay, I'll show you. This is one example that first, after 20 years, the horses also brought many, kind of impact for conservation, bringing the affordable or the feasible, how would say, the favorable habitat for other species, bringing the forest along the river Zaphang, and now we have so many other new species, immigrant species in Homintal. So approximately 3,000 hectares of forest, riparian forest is growing there. So the management would say just one thing, and as the management delegated management model for Homintal National Park, the NGO responsible for all the financial sources for the management protected area and their introduction. On the other side, the ministry is responsible for providing technical support to our management by skilling our staff and also providing some international technical cooperation support to the management of protected area. So Homintal, as simply mentioned, we aim to establish a viable population of Przeworski horses, as the 3 other sites in Mongolia is also bringing the horses, and we have different subpopulations, which is really followed the recommendation by IUCN to secure the reintroduction of Przeworski horses by having different subpopulations in different regions. So we have only 14 full-time staff and some volunteer rangers and some international volunteers, and all these members belong to different departments, units, and we really working in different areas. In later, I will explain more. And the operations, we have 4 main areas. The one is the management of protected areas. Second one is the reintroduction program. And then third is the rural development and financial sustainability for the program and the protected area. And we have some policies and programs to implement under this main focus areas. And for example, the sustainable financing, we are developing the tourism business, nature-based tourism in the national park, started recently, only 3 years ago. To finance ourselves, as I said, currently we have project through supporting by Hans Wilsdorf Foundation, and we got the support through the Mongolian Natural Legacy Foundation. And we also started earning some income from tourism business in Homintal. Self-financing. This is the picture of our small tourist camp there. And then also we sell some products for the tourists and export some small items to France and other countries. And adoption of fall. Taki fall is one of the sources. Community development, of course, in order to protect efficiently the area, we need support from local stakeholders, especially from the herder communities in there. And in that area, we have different target groups, the herders and the kids and also local government. So we have, for example, this alternative income generation activities that support him to have more incentives to protect their nature, and also the co-management of natural resources by providing them a particular area for their conservation responsibility and allowing them to graze the animals. And education is also part of this. Challenges and solutions. We have also challenges. For example, the overgrazing in the face of desertification. We have also one challenge, the common challenge, I would say, in Mongolia, everywhere we face. And in order to resolve this, we need community engagement, strong support from the community side to get them organized as a community group in the particular area. And in turn, they have to get more income from the natural resources like pasture and also other resources. Okay, thank you for everything. Gonna be short. Questions are welcome.
Yeah, now I will invite Mr. Kambatar. He's a long-time director of the Great Gobi Strictly Protected Area, but now he's planning to bring the horses back into the eastern steppe. And he's a director of We Will Save Your Wildlife, right? It's English. Okay, come up, Kamba.
Thank you for Fuji. And so I think I am really not really necessary talking about my subject, my title already here. So now I will talk a little bit more about new opportunity, new challenge, why our horse reintroduction project heading to Eastern Mongolia. So very main reason is all scientists agreed Taki is real steppe ungulate, real steppe species. And after a human started to breed domestic horses, and they really push it by them to Gobi or very desert area. So that's our main reason. Then, of course, before it starts all project in Mongolia, feasibility study said really compatible habitat is in Eastern Mongolia. Even they name it Menin steppe will be very compatible area for wild horses. Also, in 2005, my supervisor Petr Kachansky and National University team also they did another feasibility study in Eastern Mongolia. Also, they suggested Eastern Mongolia is also one of very good habitat for horses. Then another important thing is we are just that time saying in Mongolia is huge country, but we have any area without human less impact or without domestic horse area. That's our one of main challenge in that time. Of course, if possible, we try to find very abundant place for horses. So this is the Mongolia. Then we are heading to Eastern Mongolia in 2019, financed by Prague Zoo. Then that time we are more focused a special protected area, because protected area is our legally very the advantage area. Then end we choose the very east strictly protected area Numrug in 2023. So quite long time we use it to find a new location. Of course, it happened by COVID and also any other things. Also, nobody fully concentrated this work. Of course, that time Prague Zoo agreed to start this project, but that time not yet organized independent NGO, such like that thing happened. So at the moment is main founders and leaders, Prague Zoo and Mongolian government. So first time we did most important agreements and cooperation, memorandum of cooperation and understanding with our MEC, Ministry of Environment and Tourism. I'm saying the old name. And very important thing is Prague Zoo did 20 years cooperation contract with the administration of Nuremberg SPA. Then also final very important thing is in May of this year, our initiative was placed under the patronage of Mongolian president. So this patronage, we are more looking, we will use for other activities. For example, Tahi transport connected not only Ministry of Nature and Environment, it is connected a lot of things, for example, airplane or custom or a lot of things it is included. That's why we are our patronage of Mongolian president will be one of advantage for us. So already we started several kind of monitorings in Nuremberg SPA, and our site name is at the moment is Suminholda. Mongolian name and English name is Wali of Monastery. It is directly translated. So we already worked on our new infrastructures already. We confirmed it and our house and our enclosures, and now we are planned. We will build 2 enclosures for our horses for at least 1 year. We will keep them, or like that thing is we already confirmed. And we are now planning our post-transport will be in 2028. So before this 8, we should finish all our preparation work. Still, we have enough time, but I think so it will need more time, more foundation, and thank you really for your great attention. Mr. Puje.
Okay, thank you, Gamba. You may get some horses from Hosted there. For the stallion, no problem. And also we are planning to bring some horses to Homental if you have a good plan for the transport. Okay, I want to invite Mr. Mogi, Altensuch, Gamba, and Rainer. Have a seat. And probably you have lots of questions, so feel free to ask from anybody. Any kind of questions about our work, right?
First, my name is Ahmed and I'm from Egypt. Okay, my name is Ahmed and I'm from Egypt. First, I'd like to thank all of you about what you are doing. I have read a lot before I came here about the project and about the horses and about the numbers. But I'd like to ask a very short question about the challenges on the ground when we are working and making something on the ground. We have many challenges. We as a fellows or people are believe on what you are doing. We didn't see. Many times you feel down and stand up and come back again. It is not easy to do restoration. It is very, very, very hard thing. And the weather here are very cold. So it were a double of challenges, challenge of weather and the challenge of what you have. So I'd like to hear from all of you how you did it. And thank you for what you done. Thank you.
Okay. Mogi, you should start. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Of course, it's not going smoothly, right? It's lots of challenge for difference. For example, of course, we are running the park by our own income, but still we have a big challenge to get more income to improve our activities because we have so many ideas, but a little bit lack of the financial. But of course, biggest things for me, I already told you, the too many livestock around the national parks, the biggest threat for us and challenge. So have to reduce the number of the livestock around to keep our buffer zone pasture in a better ways. So that's the biggest thing. So we are working with the local people a lot to improve their quality of the livestock, not the quantity. But it's not happening easily. So we are working how to improve and increase the raw materials of the livestock out of the herders. So our idea is maybe they sell in the higher price. Hopefully at the same time they should reduce the number of the livestock, which is good. So probably we have similar threats. For example, I am saying, yeah, pouching is a challenge, but it's manageable. But the livestock number, it's really difficult together with, of course, climate change. But against the climate change, only from our national park, we can't do much, right? All together, probably whole world will reach and do some achievements, maybe to mitigate it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So in Eastern Mongolia, I'm already said this is very rich ecosystem. They have very good pasture and very good water. But another very important challenge for us is the steppe fire. Already happened. Almost number of SPA totally burned in 2023. So for us is number one challenges steppe fire, and of course the steppe fire's main reason is starting by dry season and climate change, and basically directly connected to today COP17 meeting, international meetings issues. And we already clarified our second big issue probably will be insects, especially mosquitoes or like horsefly or like that insects will be our challenge for us. And last one probably we said we are saying predation will be our last big challenge in new area.
Okay, just to mention on the common challenge for every reintroduction sites, this is the overgrazing for pasture. And the one unique challenge is to be a potential hybridization of horses with domestic one. So in the long run, we are, preparing for the future release of the horses with the legally manageable instruments like having, because this project is quite unique and new one, reintroduction of the horses never done before. And because our national legislation has some gap in that to manage some regulation between domestic and wildlife. For example, we also have some potential risk of disease transmission from domestic animal to wildlife. And this is also need to be managed by together with the government policy.
Okay, thank you. So GoBB, this goal has to, we don't need this hybridization. So we have to increasing of the number of the techies. So because this our buffer zone has is a lot of this domestic horses. Yeah, how we can organize into this buffer zone people? How we will do this decreasing of the number of this Mongolian horses? Yeah.
Well, and just to add, in my perspective, 2 points. Long-term sustainable funding is a challenge. We all are concerned with that. It's not always easy, we all know. But everything that we do in conservation work does cost money. And we all have to help each other to organize this. And then I would just like to give my echo to Burce. Livestock numbers. I mean, we have to face it. And I'm glad that you were speaking so honest words, Burce. I know numbers from Mongolia. that 35 million livestock numbers would be sustainable. There's 70 million in place. We have to reduce the livestock numbers. And it's not stopping at protected areas. You know, there's families having the rights, and that's okay to go into the protected areas. But we can see that the pasture quality, it's diminishing. The pasture quality is not good in many places at the moment, and wildlife needs good pastures. And we have to come to this conviction that wildlife and livestock have to live on shared lands. We have to share water, to share pastures. And this is reducing livestock numbers in Mongolia.
Thank you. I think that's good. I just want to ask, I really love the coordinated effort. It's so awesome to see people actually cooperating and working together. So I was really curious, how do you work together on regular basis? Because you're all somewhat doing similar goals in different parts of the Mongolia, right? So I'm really curious, how do you cooperate, and what other activities do you plan to do together in next coming years, 5, 10 years? Thank you.
Yes, that's a very good question, and my friends want me to answer. I think there's two important things that I can mention here. For one thing, Mongolia and the different projects have come up with a national Tahi program, and there's a council to this program, and there's a common activity plan. So even if there was, and we have to be honest, also nature conservation, some concurrence at the beginning, today, this collaboration is working very, very well within Mongolia. And the second thing I'd like to answer, it's now broadened. I mean, in 2 weeks' time, we meet in Homintal with Munkpat, with this Przewalski's Horse Conservation Alliance, PHCA, which we founded 2 years ago in Hustai. We started in Hustai. Now Homintal is inviting. Maybe next year it's Kazakhstan. Maybe then it's the Great Gobi. We go to other places, and we have 11 partners already signing an MOU. From Europe to Central Asia, Kazakhstan is with us, and we discuss technical issues like transports, you know, like monitoring, like veterinary issues, and all these kind of things. We share knowledge, we exchange information, we try to harmonize wherever it makes sense and where it's possible. It started, and I think it will work out right. 4 days of discussion in Homintal on these technical issues.
Just add some, because, you know, we are not competitors, because we have the same goal to save this animal. So, yeah, before we had the scientific committee called the Hostel Scientific Committee, consists with the leading scientists from the biology, ecology, veterinarian. So all they discuss about our research results, and they're giving us some valuable advices, like what kind of activities we should do that. So then we invite our projects. Now officially, this Hostel Scientific Committee became a Tahir Scientific Committee and expanding. So they all discuss our research and give us the advices. Also, cooperation started long time ago, because we always visiting each other, learning with each other. Not to repeat our mistakes, someone should do that, right? And also we are exchanging the Przewalski sources. For example, 2017, right? We transported 1 stallion and 4 mares from Hostai to Great Gobi B to support their population, to expand their gene pools. And we are going to do that with the Homintal and maybe in Dornat in 3 years' time. Yeah. I'm quite confident of that. So those type of things, we are always cooperate. And also we have to raise our challenges and questions together, the same voice. That's why we established the Przewalski Source Conservation Alliance. You may see the members in back, 12 organizations, not only Mongolians. There are members from China, from Ukraine and the Czech Republic, France and Spain and Germany. So all the people who are really working to saving this precious species, we are united. So as same one and the one strong voice, because we cannot work separately. So that's very important. You want to add something, my colleagues? Nandia. Oh, by the way, please introduce Nandia, because she's it's very important for the Przewalski sources. Ah, there's a mic.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm IUCN member, also the co-coordinator of Przewalski horses. So I don't have any specific question because I worked with all of them in the past. But I think I would like to say that now we are talking about rewilding a lot, especially in Europe, in Western countries. The rewilding is one of big topics. But this is a long-term effort, long-term challenge that we had. We spent millions of dollars and 35 years to reintroduce these horses into Mongolia. So then I would like to say that we should focus on the abundant species rather than focusing on endangered species to protect them. It's really expensive to bring those animals back to their native ranges. It's a long term, it's like incredible work that we put into this effort. So I would like to bring this message on this stage, and then I would like to thank everybody, these 5 people, and also there are many people who contributed these projects, and then even some of them are not here in between us anymore. So I would like to thank everyone, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Nandia. And still we have some time for questions, Sarah. Oh, thank you. Any more questions, please ask. I don't see. So maybe if you say someone, Mogi, Rainy, Torch, if you forgot some, you can always tell them, right? So thank you very much for your time. Are you a question? Please, Ahmed.
I will just add something. It's the future, not now. But as I heard my colleague here are talking about at the north, and he tried to do restoration or something in the south north, as you mentioned. Yes. So in the future, if these horses are cross the borders between the countries, do we have anything related to this to save them lives or something like this? Or it is not negotiable or something like this? Because we can add something like this to negotiation or to share it with the peoples in the negotiation room. You understand the question?
I think that's our colleagues are more expert on it, because Hosta is just the middle of the Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia. Okay, go ahead.
You ask about the border of China and Mongolia, right? And this is the boundary network. Well, maybe I can also say a word on CAMI, Central Asian Mammal Initiative. That's an initiative by 14 countries in Central Asia, talking about 17 mammal species. And it's under the umbrella of CMS, the Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species. So it's a UN convention. We have heard about this sometimes already, about this work plan, and we just passed the new work plan in Campo Grande in Brazil, and it was accepted before we had a meeting in Tashkent with the range states. And China was there. China was also present. We had also Russia present. All the states were present, range states. And this CAMI is then very important, not restricted to the technical level, but it's on the policy level. It's with the geos. It's easier to combine and gather academia and NGOs than it is to gather GOs, governmental organization. I was working for 20 years for Switzerland in government, and I know what I'm talking about. I could help to make this possible. And just this week, on Monday, we had a talk with the ministry that we will now together go for the first Gobi, it's embracing this Gobi focus area that is in this CAMI, is embracing Mongolia, the southern part of Mongolia and China, that the Mongolian ministry will invite China for a workshop next year to talk about the, well, it's called, let's say, to explore possible fields of collaboration transboundary style between Mongolia and China for all the mammal species. The tach is just one. There's others. We saw it on the map from Maltanzucht. There's Kulan going to Kalamaili. And there's other mammals in the mountains also that we have shared populations. And we do have in the future talk transboundary style. We have to talk to the neighbors. And it's on the way. And I'm very glad that the Mongolian ministry, which has a good leadership at the moment, I feel, is doing this. Let's see how the response from Beijing will come.
Regarding the eastern news sites, the eastern side there have natural barrier forest, and the northern side there have natural barrier water. And it is possible our horses distribution can extend south western direction through the Chinese border, but on the way still waiting a lot of water and pasture sources. And other ways we will continue work Rhine's issues.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we are almost running out of time, Sarah, right? Maybe if you have any questions, we can have still time for one or two questions. Probably you got a big knowledge about our horses. By the way, I want to introduce one as an important person, Mr. Kadrakçı. He's our second park director of Hostay National Park, and is still active for working for the National Nature Conservancy. Thank you for the coming.
Your vice.
Yeah, we can also introduce. There is a Christian also from ITG is here, and the many colleagues. Thank you for the coming.
Yes, and maybe I could say a word on Christian Stauffer. No, Christian Stauffer has visited Mongolia 30 years ago, and he came with horses in boxes. Christian, thanks for starting as a pioneer this study.
Okay, thank you very much. Because I understand everybody has a very busy schedule for the next events. But before that, you can grab some cold drinks in out there. We still have some left. And thank you very much for the timing. And have a good, successful COP17. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah, facilitating for us. Thank you, Nisha. Very honored.
Very quick thinking. Yes, and he was for the project, and you and everybody.
Yeah, I just wanted to introduce my American Prairie. I spent last night out in the sun. It's a good virus. It's been around the evening. Some old park, tons of wildlife. That's yeah. The two focus American Prairie, Montana, United States. A lot of advice. Very, very similar ecosystem. Just wanted to say I really enjoyed the business park. Good virus, fantastic. Love to. I talked to him about maybe setting up some kind of Thank you.
Okay, going to start soon, right? Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting the next session in just a few minutes. So if you'd like to take your seats, if you're standing alongside, and get ready if you're already seated.
Yeah, we start with that and then the panel discussion. I think I will start now because we expected much more people, but looks like everyone is busy. But we want to talk about the important symposium, which is going to happen in Yerevan for COP17 biodiversity COP in Armenia from 17 to 18 October. So this symposium is actually an idea to bring different stakeholders from governmental levels, from NCOs, but also indigenous communities, to have a platform where they can discuss about very important subject, how to diversify the governance of protected areas. Of course, there is a big topic of OSCMs now currently going on, but it's not about the OSCMs, but mainly to diversify the governance and how we can find a common ground with the state together to understand better and effective way to manage the protected areas. So the symposium, if you go with the QR code, you can register. It will be very intense 2 days through the 4 streams that we identified. And these are the indigenous community, governed areas. We will bring very exciting examples and people from all over the world, indigenous communities, where they can present and claim even their territories as a protected areas. And this is why I'm very excited to announce a couple of cases, success stories, especially from South America. There will be ICCA, IFBA, and we will be very, of course, glad to announce much more in the symposium, but it is also important to understand that what is the potential of the indigenous communities, territories of life to sustain their resources, to sustain their livelihood, and sustain the protection of their lands. And this is where I think comes the most exciting one, is the business cases, business involvement, and the business involvement will really be essential. So the symposium is going to invite also the businesses which are keen on involving with the local communities for longer and sustainable way for conservation, for biodiversity conservation. Another stream which is very important is the monitoring and outcome-based targets that the protected areas as OSCMs and others should go through in order to prove their effectiveness. And this is where I think with my dear colleague Madhu and WCPA, we have work to do. And the symposium is going to open also lots of questions. Are we going to be about the quantity or quality? And how we can value this quality? How we can measure this quality? This is important. And the next one of the 4 streams, of course, is I told you about the business, but it's in general the finance and incentive designs, which can involve the government, the businesses, how we can find the synergies and make it happen and work. I think this is the most important part, because nothing works without money, as you know, and the money is essential. And within this concept we have, we are opening a large room for businesses to come in. And of course, legal and institutional frameworks, which we are working with our partner BirdLife International, and they are the one who is going to facilitate this stream. This will be in general like 2 days, very intensive schedule, we are expecting around 200 people at least, but looks like it will be 300. And as I said before, it will include all the layers of society and the government and NGOs, indigenous communities, businesses. We have now applications from 50 plus countries, and the end result will be Yerevan Call to Action. This will be a paper which we are working now together with our partner IUCN to bring up and circulate and send after the COP, send after the symposium to the COP participants in order to take into account, consider in their decision-making processes. It's important to mention that this symposium is part of the flagship initiatives of Armenian presidency on Target 3 specifically. And this is what also IUCN is supporting Armenia on this flagship initiative. So this call to action will be something really important to deliver to the COP participants, and so it's open to everyone to have its input, and that's why we call our symposium as a very inclusive platform for everyone to participate. We are doing it with the Ministry of Environment, its official partner, but we have also partner our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and these both ministries are forming the presidency, Armenian presidency for the COP for the next 2 years as well. So please scan the QR code also to understand more on this and how you can participate and fill the application. Yeah, I think this is it. And it will be my big pleasure also to invite my dear colleagues for a panel discussion. And this session actually is there to answer your questions and raise interest around the symposium and the COP in Armenia in general. There are few events here, unfortunately, about the Yerevan COP. And so that's why I will be happy to answer any of your questions relating to COP17 in Yerevan. But also our topic will be really to the diversification of the governance of protected areas, why it is important and why we should focus on that, and not choosing specifically one or two directions which seems to be quite attractive for many countries, but we should keep the balance. Yeah. So I invite my colleagues to come forward that we start the let's say the panel. Unfortunately, Terence will join us a bit later, and Jennifer Corpus Tauli didn't make to come. She apologized, but she had some urgent stuff to do. So we will be 3 of us now, 4 of us actually. And yeah, let's go. Please come forward.
Okay, so I've just learned that I'm going to be facilitating this this discussion, which I'm happy to do. But anyway, so I think we've heard most of the justification for this 2-day conference ahead of the COP17. I think it's really important because it really sets the stage and brings out some key areas of focus. So maybe I would like to start with you, Dash. If you could introduce yourself and say a little bit about your protected area in terms of the arrangement you have in terms of the management of the protected area, because that is very well aligned with one of the 4 themes that Ruben talked to us about, which is diversification of management and governance regimes of protected areas, where it includes shared management. So why don't you tell us a little bit about how Hustai is managed?
Okay. Thank you, Madhu. So probably some of you been in our park, maybe not, I don't know. I just hour ago as I talk a little bit about our park management. Yeah. So the Hostel National Park is established in after our Przewalski Horse reintroduction program. This area was taken as a protected area afterwards because government, parliament recognized our activities so important towards our biodiversity conservation. So it was all initiative of the NGOs, the Dutch NGO, Foundation Reserves Przewalski Horse, and Mongolian NGO, Mongolian Association Conservation for Nature and Environment. With their initiatives, it started, and after the very good preparation and planned work, we brought the horses back into the Mongolia in 1992. So even today, it's always managed by a NGO without any direct state subsidies. So it was financed by the Dutch government project through years to establish all the basic infrastructure and everything. But last nearly 15 years, we are running without any project support, running by our own income, mostly gathering through the entrance fees and park accommodation, camp accommodation like that. So this is a unique case, and we are doing quite good work, I hope. So then we give the big belief for our government that NGO can manage the protected area on behalf of the state. So far, we have 7 national parks, and the protected area is managed by an NGO nowadays. And the government says always Hostai is a good sample. So why not we should transfer the management right to the more and more NGOs to responsible for the running the park. Yes.
Thank you, Dash. And I think the arrangement you've described is really quite unique. And we see examples of NGOs managing parks, protected areas on behalf of the state in many parts of Africa as well. And it's a growing trend. So I'll come back to you, Ruben, in a minute. But I wanted to invite you, Haniye, to tell us a little bit about territories, ICCAs, and what you think are some of the biggest challenges facing ICCAs as we go into COP17.
Already on. Sure. Okay. Thank you very much, Madhu. Is it on? Okay. Okay. I try my best. Thank you, Madhu. And before responding to your exact question, I would like to ask your attention for something very specific here, and specifically for the symposium, as it is going to take the voices from very diverse voices regarding protected areas, but this time non-state voices. And I can say it, this is the first time that from our view, indigenous peoples and local communities, the non-state practice is mentioning in some banners very correctly. Because from our view, we do not accept protected areas. Always when these terminology is used, it was the time that our voices very forcefully or our action very forcefully were excluded. And thanks for this symposium, which is trying to make a very inclusive action for all the voices who are trying to conserve and protect areas on the ground. From ICCA consortium perspective, as ICCA is a short term of indigenous community conserved areas. For us, conservation always coming in the front and from the very basis. And that's why after that, we talk about protection and then after about restoration. And yes, we can say it, ICCA and territories of life are now in danger, but who can be frontier to safeguard those dangers? It should be the people who are living in those territories for more than centuries, and they have to knowledge how they can conserve, then protect, and then restore those territories.
Thank you, Hanie. The issue of recognizing local community and indigenous stewardship of areas is a hugely important part of Target 3. And we will not be able to achieve Target 3 without recognizing some of these areas. And I think the focus on non-state actors is a really good one, because I think that's the focus, right? At the moment, the data shows that the majority of protected areas in the world are governed and managed by state agencies. And if we want to reach our biodiversity targets, we have to diversify and bring in non-state actors. Speaking of that, Ruben, you know, the model you have through FPWC is a really interesting model, which would qualify as a privately protected area. So why don't you tell us about your model of protected area?
Yeah, I think I will start that this is a very, very challenging model, especially in the countries like small countries like Armenia, where you have only governmental protected areas, and there is any recognition on a privately protected area or any alternative towards state protected areas. So we were fighting really very hard, more than 15 years now. We were close to be crushed because some ministers, they had desire to take over the lands from us, or some community heads which were corrupt by some international organizations tries to do something against. So I'm not announcing any names in terms of internationals, but it was a challenge. It was a challenge that we start just from 500 hectares with the support of IUCN Netherlands National Committee, just leasing a land for 5 years. And then, of course, we managed to film the first time ever video of leopard in our territory, which we are protecting back then. It was 2012, I think. And after that, there were other international organizations. They were funding us, supporting us. And now we have a territory of 1% of Armenia, which is 30,000 hectares. Saying that we managed to secure the most crucially important corridors and bring safe haven for many, many charismatic and important red listed species like Caucasian leopard, like Armenian mouflon, and many, many others, which now safely crossing the borders between Armenia, Azerbaijan, Iran, Turkey. And this is not only the territory, but I would mention that we would never succeed with our project without the communities, local communities. And this is the key point, I think, for the method or models like PPAs or others, that it should be rooted in the people. This conservation type or models should be rooted in local people communities. And this is where we are strong, because we have their backing, we have their support. They understand the benefit of this protection, and our voices is stronger with them.
Thank you, Ruben. Maybe I'll pause here because we are such a small group, and call for any questions from the audience.
But if I may, I have a cross questions to you.
Oh,
So I'm taking now the role of facilitator. Within this diversity of governance that WCPA is trying also to very carefully balance, what is the route in front? How do you see? What are the challenges, the most challenges that WCPA is facing currently, and what is needed, in your opinion, to bring this nice harmonization?
So thank you, Ruben. I think what WCPA finds is that there is not enough understanding of the different categories of protected areas. There is not enough understanding of what OECMs are, what are privately protected areas. So if we look at the current progress report that the countries have provided to the CBD on what progress they've made on Target 3, many of them have said that they do not know how to report or recognize privately protected areas. And so I think the WCPA recognizes that while we have all our guidance, we have comprehensive guidance on the categories of protected areas, what use is allowable in which category of protected area, what are privately protected areas. I think we have to do a lot more in making this guidance accessible to governments and to parties, to both state and non-state actors, so that they recognize that not all protected areas, for example, are strictly protected. Only 2 categories of protected areas are strictly protected. So I think from my side, we have to do a lot more to increase awareness and understanding and knowledge of these things.
This is what IUCN is also taking care of, I think. Thank you.
Any thoughts from the audience? Yes, please. She's giving you a mic. She's going to give you a mic. Thank you, Nisha.
Some years back, I heard about a term of a city national park, where they also declared London as a city national park. What do you think about that? Because then there are a lot of challenges of what people can do. As I am from Pakistan, since then I've been thinking Islamabad can be one because we have a national park just next to the main city. So it's almost like a part of that. So what do you think about the management, the provisions, and there have been challenges also being faced there?
So I think urbanization is such a growing trend, and one of the big topics that we are going to address is what does conservation look like in urban areas? So you're right, in many parts of the world, there are subnational authorities that want entire cities to be a national park. I think in some cases that works, but we're looking into defining a new category of conservation area in urban settings. And these types of areas would obviously allow people, would have to integrate with city planners, with the health ministry, etc. So there is a move towards bringing in or situating urban conservation areas as natural infrastructure for not just biodiversity, but also human health and for climate change. And there's cities like Singapore, where I happen to live, which have done that. They have got the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Climate Change involved in the protected area system in the city. But that's a big moving trend. So thank you. Yes. So OECMs, her question is OECMs is also one of the categories. Yes. So I think you can have OECMs in cities. So we are just trying to think about what would be the best nomenclature for conservation areas in urban situations. Thank you for your question. Any other questions from the audience?
Yeah, because also it's a big challenge in Mongolia that national parks or strictly protected area just next to the city. One example, the Bog National strictly protected area, we also say it's even preserved before Yellowstone National Park is actually established. But We have a very bad sample in here because of the corruption. There are lots of buildings are built for the apartments. Because if we don't have a good planning and a good approach, sometimes, you know, this corruption or some things will really destroy the protected area. We have a very bad sample in here. So other countries shouldn't repeat that. And another thing is that OECM, our parliament is and ministry is strongly considering we should add fifth category. So locally protected area mostly. We have many of them because the herders have some fear because maybe their pasture will be taken as a mining or searching the mining, right? So the best way to prevent this is to become a protected area. So probably if we add some of the very well working this locally protected area, I think our government will reach easily that 30% goal in soon. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions from the audience?
But I am amazed that being an NGO running a state protected area, he can speak about the corruption in the country. This is already an indication, and it's a good indication. So congratulations on that. We would never talk about corruption in my country.
I think
I'm working as an NGO person, so maybe I can tell bravely what is wrong in coming in here. So we should tell not everything is going successful in here. Still have some problems.
you know, they say if there are
Good.
no challenges, then there's nothing to do. So there has to be challenges. In Pakistan, there's a model that I want to share. There's a co-management model with government and the community. The local community is taking the buffer zone, and they get the part of the share for the park entry fee also, where there's a management plan and it's good management of that protected area. So community also get that incentive, and they are part of the management as well. So these are up more up in the north, not in the city. But on the OECMs, the challenge, we are currently working on the national guidelines for OECM. Because since they're about the community conserved areas, community also will have some reservations, because if it's a national park, everything is closed, they get less opportunity, and they usually oppose getting a national park notified. So in OECM, again, it's quite a challenge that what kind of rights they would have, what kind of authority they will have, and what will the government role. So that's quite probably different in different countries also, as per the culture as well. So I think that's just some reservations at the moment, but we're building on it. And let's see, hoping to move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hanye, if I may ask you a question about if you can give us a good example in any country in the world where there is a formal recognition of ICCAs.
Yes. Actually, as it is community-led initiatives, and community themselves should recognize, so we can basically name it as the self-recognition conserved areas. But fortunately, there were some governments who take a serious attention to this initiative. For example, in Latin America, there are numerous examples how the governments are also recognizing ICCAs. And in Southeast Asia, we have so many examples. And we just recently launched the reports how these regions and sub-regions, the ICCA is recognized by the governments.
That's excellent. Thank you. And Ruben, can you tell us a little bit about in Armenia, is there a policy or regulation that recognizes privately protected areas?
Just recent, because you know that we are organizing in October the CBD COP. We use the momentum to push forward the recognition of OSCMs. It's now there, it's recognized. but there is a need of bylaws and more regulatory aspects which can frame how we can recognize, how we can work, what are the rights of the people living there, or the government, or the national governments, the cities, which actually claiming already some very interesting and important part of the city, the capital, as OACM, and they are going to present it within the COP very largely. It's the gorge, which is ending in Yerevan, but going up to Lake Sevan, the most important freshwater reservoir in the region, as you know. And this will be a nice case if they start and continue towards Lake Sevan and doing hold the gorge as a national park or part of OACM, which under their protection. So there are already some visions, some ideas behind, and it's only the start. So it's the first step is done. I do believe that within the next decade, there will be also other type of recognitions in Armenia, because after the CBD COP, there is no chance to escape anymore for Armenian government.
Thank you, Ruben. So as we come to the end of our session, oh, sorry. Yes.
I have a comment rather than a question. And I totally agree regarding your intervention, Madhu, in terms of raising awareness, the need of raising awareness among different actors. And I think this is also the case regarding the difference between target 3 and target 10, because especially for the communities, some of the areas can actually address target 10, which is sustainable agriculture, fisheries, and target 10 is not a bad thing as well. It's also important for the conservation of biodiversity. And also considering the comment earlier made regarding the concerns of the communities, particularly communities on the subject of OECMs, the private funds and the state governed OECMs, like if they could be another way of exclusive policies for the communities. That's a real concern. We had a Commons conference in Europe, and that's even the case for the Europe, because there are already just a couple of OECMs registered, and these are all state-owned OECMs. And this is also reminding us the need for supporting the communities in terms of monitoring systems, because they need to monitor if it's a community governed or a shared governed OECM. So there is a lot to do in terms of raising awareness at the level of all actors, and also in terms of supporting the communities in not governing, because they know how to govern and manage their territories and lands, but to align with the global requirements. There they will need really support.
So sorry for the late intervention. So my name is Derek, IUCN, Ghana. My question is directed to Ruben. Please,
bit loud, please.
Okay, because you just made mention of the regulations. In terms of regulation for OECMs, I just want to find out from you whether you think the government regulating these OECMs with strict regulations and other things is far compared to communities, indigenous people self-regulating and self-managing these OECMs. Which one do you think works best in your experience?
In Armenia, we don't have indigenous as understanding, because Armenians are the indigenous to those lands. And after the Soviet, we have a structure where everything is regulated by the state. But the good thing is that the lands mostly belongs to the communities. So it's owned by the communities. So communities have the right to decide what they want to do with their lands. So it's not up to government to decide what they should do, the communities, in terms of conservation or doing OICM, or maybe a privately protected area, or claiming a part of their land as a forest and managing as a forest. So it's up to community, really. So in that case, we are lucky but some regulatory aspects are missing there to connect the dots, let's say. And this is where we are working on. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we're almost close to wrap up this session. And do you any last comments, observations? Otherwise, we can end this session. I think it became very clear that there is a huge gap opportunity to expand or amplify the areas and which are co-managed with partners. They could be local communities, they could be indigenous peoples, they could be private sector and entities. But it is important for us to broaden our vision of how area-based conservation is governed and managed. So thank you all very much, but over to you, Ruben.
Thank you very much. For now, I just want to officially invite you to come part of the symposium, because I think we have a case to show to the world also how successful it can be to run a state protected area under the NGO governance. So I think it's a nice model which can be also shared to the world. But consider to be part of the
It's a question.
Symposium to register and come. Please. Ali?
Come in front. You had a question? Oh, no question. Okay, we're just saying hello. Okay.
Okay.
Everyone's saying hello and goodbye.
So thank you very much for coming and being with us. And yeah, we will wait for you in Armenia soon. Bye. Thank you very much. Thank you for your invitation. Yeah, try hard and it's not the entire agenda yet. Yeah. So we work out to see how we can cover the post refugee camp in the West, because I think you're nice. Nice. All right, I think that's aha. Yes. For the blueberries, because you will be the one of the most person. Yeah. Yes. Which part we should take out from so I think it's good that we are working with fully involved in our
So I think
hard yeah, for sure. But you are already there. It's your baby now. Okay. And I saw that you will come back here. That's for the